My Lords, it's a pleasure to address the House today in celebration of International Women's Day. My noble friend Baroness Garden and I started the day at a reception for British businesswomen in the British Library. My Lords, it's a pleasure to address the House today in celebration of International Women's Day. My noble friend Baroness Garden and I started the morning at a reception for British businesswomen at the British Library. And the list of speakers today is really impressive, with a fine record in women's rights and achievement over the years, following the record of many members of this House, too many to mention, who've campaigned hard and achieved so much for the rights of women. But today we should remember two noble lords who've died over the last year, and they both, in their time and in their fields, played a key role in women's rights. Baroness Miller of Hendon, a stalwart member of this House who received an honour for her services to women's rights, entrepreneur and campaigner for more women MPs. And Baroness Platt of Writtle, a trailblazing aviation engineer. I read that when she completed her engineering studies at Cambridge in 1943, women did not receive the same honours as their male counterparts, and as such, she was not awarded a degree, only a title of a degree. And I'm in no doubt at all that it was this injustice that propelled the noble lady to dedicate her life to the advancement of women in science and technology careers. These two women fought in the hope that their work could be the spark for the aspirations of women and girls today and future generations. And it's because of women like them that the journey of gender equality in this country has ultimately been one of progress. And nowhere is this journey of progress more evident than in the theme of today's debate, women's economic empowerment at home, but also, my lords, abroad. The breakthroughs that we've achieved since International Women's Day first came into being over a century ago are nothing short of remarkable. But, my lords, the coalition has also made quite a few significant breakthroughs in recent years as well. In coming into office 5 years ago, one of the first commitments that we made as a government was to put women at the heart of our economic recovery and long-term plan for growth. We made this our priority because promoting equality of opportunity and equal treatment isn't just the right thing to do, it's key to promoting growth. And 5 years later, our plan is working. Today, there are more women in work than ever before. There are more women running their own businesses than ever before. There are record numbers of women at higher levels of management. And indeed, thanks to the tremendous work of my noble friend Lord Davies, for the first time in the history of our country, we have a woman on every single FTSE 100 board. And on top of this, the latest ONS statistics show both full-time workers and overall, the gender pay gap is at its lowest point in history. All around the UK, women are breaking new ground and succeeding in careers previous generations could only dream about. My lords, there is a consensus in the country which certainly wasn't there when I was growing up. And if you should ask any number of men and women whether they believe that their daughters should have the same opportunities as their sons, the resounding answer you would get is of course. These parents will be the gender equality ambassadors for a whole new generation of girls, and their impact should be seen right across the economy. Our challenge today is that in spite of the progress I've talked about, this consensus is still yet to be fully grounded in the running and practices of our economy and our places of work. As a result, many women continue to face barriers at every stage and at all levels of their economic life. Barriers around pay, promotion, choice, and work-life balance. It's particularly fitting we're having this debate as the 59th UN Commission on the Status of Women is about to get underway in New York, and as we mark the 20th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action. Written in 1995 at the historic 4th UN World Conference on Women, it was signed by 189 governments from across the world, all pledging to end gender equality across 15 different areas, including economic empowerment. While we have much to celebrate, we cannot ignore the fact that there is not one country in the world that can say that they have achieved this ambition. It's a reminder of how pertinent it is that we push for real change so that we do not find ourselves uttering that infamous phrase, "We made progress, but," in 20 years to come. We in government remain more focused on this task, and the progress we've made over the last 5 years gives us a strong platform to work from. We know if we're to fulfil our ambition of creating an economy that creates opportunities for everyone, then we need to fundamentally rebalance it. It means a paradigm shift around how men and women operate their lives, how businesses invest, and how workplaces operate. And above all, it means focusing our efforts not just on professional women, all the few near the top, but to make sure we give all women, regardless of their age, their background, or stage that they're at in their career, the opportunities to pursue their own choices and happiness in life. Our ambition starts with sweeping away with those archaic rules and assumptions that can make it near impossible for women to balance work and family life. Last year, we extended the right to request flexible working to all employees, and next month we'll see the introduction of shared parental leave, so mothers and fathers can decide for themselves how to balance their family and their work life. But even with these changes, we know that we will still continue to see women drop from the labour market unless we do more to make work pay. So we're expanding the amount of free childcare available to make it easier for people to take time off to look after their babies and then to return to work. From next month, we're investing an extra £750 million in tax-free childcare, worth up to £2,000 per year for each child. This is in addition to our offer of 15 hours a week of free early years education for every 3- and 4-year-old, as well as for 2-year-olds in those families most feeling the squeeze. And this comes on top of a raft of measures, such as raising the personal allowance threshold and increasing the national minimum wage to its highest ever rate, to make sure women on low and middle incomes can keep more of the money that they earn. Women should not have to choose between their job and their families, and all of these changes will help them to find a balance that works for them. Supporting more women to set up their businesses is also another way we can help them achieve the greater flexibility between work and family life. So we're stepping up our efforts to invest record amounts in support and training for female business mentors and encourage greater female take-up of the Business Bank's Startup Loans programme. We also want to make sure starting a business is an option for everyone. So we've introduced a new enterprise allowance offering expert business mentoring and financial support to people living on benefits. Our message is simple. If you have drive, determination and a good idea, we will do everything we can to help you get that idea off the ground. We're also determined to tackle the ongoing injustice of gender pay and doing all we can to reduce the pay gap further and faster. It is, however, my lords, a complex problem to solve. It isn't as simple as demanding women be paid the same as men for equal work. The 1975 Equal Pay Act, thankfully, means cases of outright discriminatory practices are illegal and few and far between. And when they do happen, we've been very, very clear that these employers should be dealt with through the full force of the law. Reforms we brought in last year will now mean companies found guilty of pay discrimination will be required to produce pay audits to give greater confidence that the discrimination won't happen again. But if the causes of the gender pay gap are multiple and far more deeply embedded in our culture and in our labour market for them to be solved by changes alone, a major factor can be explained by career choices, which remain strongly gender biased. More women than men choose to work in the caring professions of social work, nursing and teaching, which have historically had lower rates of pay. And this gender bias starts early. A 2013 report showed that half of state coeducational schools did not see one single girl progress to A-level physics. And I think that's absolutely scandalous. That's why we're pouring our efforts into working with schools and parents to open up young women's eyes to a much wider range of careers. Hence our support for fantastic schemes such as the Your Life campaign to encourage more girls to study subjects in traditionally male-dominated and also higher paid areas like science and engineering. Of course, that cultural change we're looking for in the classroom also needs to happen in our places of work. There are so many companies doing fantastic work to support their female employees, but the fact remains that this kind of corporate support still isn't translating into the wholesale shift in attitudes that we need. Institutional discrimination, the old boys club, and unconscious bias are still in full swing in many places of work. So we're working hard to promote greater pay transparency, introducing measures and guidance to help companies identify and to tackle their own pay gaps. For example, through our Think Act Report initiative, we're encouraging firms to actively look at how their female employees are faring, taking action to address any issues and report publicly on their progress. And we have more than 270 companies signed up so far, including major employers such as BT, Tesco, Specsavers, Unilever and BAE Systems. That means over 2.5 million employees are working in organisations signed up to Think Act Report. And in December, we announced a whole range of additional measures to ensure that we keep up this momentum. These include free pay analysis software and new simplified guidance that will shortly be available to employers to make calculating their gender pay gap easier and quicker. And £2 million worth of funding towards helping women move from low-paid, low-skill work to higher-paid, high-skill work. So these are just some of the improvements that we're taking across government to improve the prospects of women and girls at every level and in every field. But, my lords, that work doesn't begin and end at home. We know how important it is that we use the UK's position as a leader in development to improve the lives of women and girls across the globe too. I recently read that a girl in South Sudan is more likely to die in childbirth than to complete primary school. But no other fact could so eloquently underline the responsibility that we have to take action. But as well as there being a strong moral imperative, experience has shown time and time again that in development there are few better options than investing in women. We know that in the Ivory Coast alone, an increase of just $10 in women's income achieves the same nutritional and health outcomes for children as an increase of $110 in men's income. That's exactly why we put girls and women at the centre of our development efforts and our engagement with the world. Through the Girls' Challenge Education Fund, we've raised £355 million with the aim of getting up to 1 million girls into school in some of the most difficult parts of the world. We've provided nearly 27 million women with access to financial services such as savings, credit and insurance. And we're helping more women find work through skills and leadership training and business development. Our Zardozi project in Afghanistan, and Zardozi means embroidery, for example, has created jobs for 6,500 women in the handicraft and textile sector and supported them to set up their own businesses and to become entrepreneurs. My Lords, I could go on providing you with hundreds more examples and statistics, but I'm sure you have your own to bring us as part of the debate. But you may be asking yourselves, what does this all actually mean for the lives of women and girls? So I wish to end by giving you examples of two exceptional women our programmes have supported. The first, a young girl called Immaculate from Uganda, who was forced to leave school after her father died. Determined not to give up, she heard about one of our programmes and walked for 3 days, my Lord, in a bid to win a scholarship to go back to school. Her efforts paid off, and she ended up winning that support to return to education. A few years later, she's now a highly articulate woman, determined to become a teacher and to put back into her society what she herself had been able to draw from. The second, a 28-year-old woman called Angelique from Rwanda. Like most Rwandans, she makes her living from cultivating land, but has less than a quarter of a hectare of farmland to support her family of 3. However, thanks to UK support, she found employment and opened her first savings account. With her first salary, she bought school uniforms for her children, and with her second and third salaries, she bought a goat so that her children wouldn't have to go hungry again, and she's now planning to use savings to build a house for the family. These women are symbols of everything we're trying to achieve and our reasons for doing more. My Lords, this House has been at the forefront of the journey that women's rights has taken in this country and across the world, and we look to noble Lords to help us continue that journey.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. My Lords, I fully agree with so many of the principles that the Minister has actually talked about. Of course, we've all been fighting and arguing and campaigning for women's equality for so many years. But I want to talk about those women who actually are not the women she's talked about, but the women who have really, really suffered because of the government's recession and austerity programme. A programme that, in spite of the Minister's words, has seen a widening of the gender pay gap in the UK, going down from 20 to 26 in the world, from 13th, but according to the World Economic Forum gender gap issue. Or the increase in the cost of childcare, and interesting the points for the future, but over the last 5 years, the cost of childcare has gone up enormously, and many women are having to give up work in order to be able, because they can't afford it. Or the discrimination because of pregnancy, or perhaps the attack of access to justice, which undermines the rights that have underpinned much of the women's progress in the work that's been in the workplace that has been done over the last many years. But I particularly want to mention a group of women that we never talk about, or very, very rarely do we talk about. Women who, for many reasons, beyond their control, find themselves vulnerable and homeless. Women who've been overlooked for far too long. Women who've become marginalised people in society, not from choice, but because of circumstance. Women who find themselves in a downward spiral of chaos and exclusion and get little help. Homelessness is a growing problem in the UK. Government figures show that the number of people sleeping rough has risen by 55% since 2012, and perhaps we could find out why that is the situation. There are currently over 10,000 women in homeless services, and many thousands more who are hidden homeless and who are on the streets at risk. Homeless women who are roofless and with few belongings will not often show up on the head count of rough sleepers. The hidden homeless, who may be sofa surfing, staying with family and friends, or trapped in abusive relationships because they have nowhere else to go. Others will be squatting or living in crack houses, and some, unfortunately, engaged in prostitution. St Mungo's, the homeless charity, fears that unless urgent action is taken now, the numbers are likely to increase, and too many women will not get the right help to escape homelessness for good. A situation not assisted by the cuts to public services, restrictions on welfare, rising housing costs, or a lack of housing supply. My Lords, women's homelessness can occur after prolonged experience of trauma, including physical, sexual and emotional abuse. It can follow a cycle of mental health and substance use and a myriad of other problems. Half have experienced domestic violence, 70% have mental health needs, and 27% have a combination of mental health, physical health and substance misuse. A classic example is evidence from a St Mungo's client, who I called Anne, when she said, "I became homeless because I got pregnant at 14. Mum threw me out, and after that I got married. My husband raped me and beat me up. So I ran to London to escape him and have been on the streets ever since." She fled and has been on the streets because her local refuge, through lack of funding, had to close down. And I'm no doubt we will hear from the Minister that £10 million is being put into refuges for the next 2 years. The problem for Anne and her refuge is that the money is far too late. In my own area of Brighton and Hove, evidence from the Women's Centre, and I must declare an interest as its patron, shows that almost half of their clients are mothers. Of these, 67% have had their children taken into care or adopted. So not only are they grieving for their lost children, they're grieving in many cases for their own lost childhood. Much of the complexity of homeless women's needs is rooted in histories of violence and abuse stemming from childhood. These problems are intergenerational, and we have to make sure, and work has to be done to make sure they are not passed on to the next generation. So much hurt could be prevented, my Lords, by ensuring that the Troubled Families Programme addresses the risk factors that increase the likelihood of girls becoming homeless in adulthood. Research by Crisis found that many of these homeless women are marginalised in labour markets, and there are examples of women losing their jobs because they have no registered place of abode. None of the women Crisis interviewed were in full-time employment, and only 3% were working part-time. But their research goes on to show that the majority of these women wanted to work. They wanted a job. But for the potential for meaningful occupation, training and employment to boost self-esteem and help recovery from homelessness cannot be underestimated. Making matters worse for many of these women is that they experience stigma and shame because they are homeless and are judged by societal expectations of women to be a good mother and maintain a good home. A perceived failure to live up to those expectations, not to have a job, not to be part of society, can be a significant barrier to recovery. Unfortunately, my Lords, the histories of far too many of these women are full of missed opportunities to get the right help at the right time, through insufficient coordination, inappropriate and erratic interventions, which are leaving needs unaddressed and recovery unachieved. The building of trust and relationships is at the heart of creating a change to empower these women to maintain control over important decisions. But understanding this is too often missed by both national government and local government. To achieve that trust, there has to be a coordinated response across the various departments that respond to the relevant challenges, be it drugs, alcohol, domestic violence, mental health services, children and adult services. This interrelated challenge means that it's difficult for women to progress in one area without addressing the others. Co-commissioning across the local authority is key to better coordination and the provision of services which can have a positive impact on these women's lives. Responding to women with vulnerabilities, my Lords, can, if it is done in this way, make a real financial savings. Commissioners should invest in cost-benefit analysis of services to prevent or resolve homelessness. They should look at the savings that can be made by recognising women's organisations as partners in meeting local needs and to engage and involve them from the very beginning in the commissioning process and early intervention to these families in need. Those organisations that deliver a range of social and economic benefits over the short and long term to those vulnerable and marginalised women and girls. And for instance, my own Women's Centre has proved that every pound they invest in support and care saves over 3.5 times that amount in real money. And I really do think that we ought to spend much more on the whole question of prevention. In conclusion, there needs to be the provision of holistic gender-sensitive support. Staff need to be better trained to enable gendered responses. There has to be innovative approaches, partnership working, multi-agency case management and cross-boundary initiatives, and working with those peer support groups to address the past and current trauma by providing access to counselling in a safe and secure environment. But most of all, there has to be, as I said, preventive support in advising women how to avoid homelessness. The longer a woman sleeps enough, the worse her problems become, and the more costly it becomes to help her off the streets and make her life worthwhile so that she can ably contribute to the economy of this country.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a trustee of UNICEF UK and as a patron of Christian Blind Mission. My Lords, 5 years of coalition government have meant that 2.3 million women overseas have had help to get jobs, and more than 5 million girls help to attend school. And as we know, education levels are a key indicator to self-sustaining jobs and careers. That shows our commitment and responsibility to the most vulnerable women and girls in the world, and it's not by chance that we have moved to 0.7% of GDP for international development. I know that that is part of that achievement, and it is important that that continues. My Lords, I want to focus my speech today on the subject of women's position in the international economy. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, said, "There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women." And this rings true in so many parts of society, but it's particularly apt in today's debate. Many studies on economic development have found what Annan put so succinctly: where women succeed and are given economic opportunity, society succeeds. And today, I want to recognise how far women have come, but discuss equally how far we have to go. As my noble friend, the Minister, Lady Jolly, said, the world has truly changed for women, especially working women, even within the past few years. The PricewaterhouseCoopers 2015 report, Female Millennial Report, notes women today are more educated than ever before. They earn more bachelor's degrees and tertiary degrees than men. They are more confident than ever before too. Just under half of all women beginning their careers believe that they can rise to the top with their employers. And they are more able to choose from a wide range of opportunities than their predecessors. However, whilst we should celebrate their success, it is important to hold them under scrutiny. Companies today are more aware and place higher importance on recruiting women than they did even just a few years ago. Another international study conducted by PwC found that 64% of CEOs have and utilise strategies to increase diversity and inclusiveness in their businesses, and a further 13% plan to form such a strategy. And this is a significant improvement on the similar survey conducted 4 years ago, in which only 1/10 of CEOs voiced plans to change their company's recruitment and retention policies to increase women's presence in their companies. Yet we are not seeing results from these initiatives. Improvement to the wage gap has been stagnant across OECD countries, and though more women than ever before serve as CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, they still stand as just 4.8% amongst the body of their peers. Women continue to face difficulty in advancing their careers. In a separate international study of millennial working women, it was found that nearly 3/4 of women feel that companies are all talk when it comes to equality. And they felt that, although their companies speak about diversity and inclusion, access to opportunities is not yet equal for women. More than that, it was found that women grow increasingly discouraged about their chances of promotion or of furthering their careers as they progress in them. The percentage of women who believe they are capable of rising to a senior level with their current employers falls by 10 points in a 7-year period. When the level of talent of the women in today's economic market is so high, higher than ever before, These statistics are disappointing, to say the least. Now, I do not mention this to temper excitement over the gains women have made in economic empowerment, but merely to insist that we can and must do better. Turning now toward the economic advancement of women in much different circumstances, women who are not trying to advance professional careers, but simply to survive and support themselves and their families. For the poorest women in the world, economic empowerment is often just a dream. Up to 45% of women living in the poorest parts of the world have absolutely no say in how their household's income is spent, even when it includes their own income. In Bangladesh, a country in which almost half the population survives on $1.25 a day, a country in which the disparity of treatment and status of men and women is astounding, situations like this are not uncommon. But, my lords, we need to note those groups of organisations trying to combat this. The microfinance service providers, in particular the Grameen Bank, a microfinance titan and the originator of the microfinancing scheme. They began their operations in Bangladesh just over 30 years ago and exists because, in the words of Muhammad Yunus, its founder, the financial system only serves the top 1/3 of the world. 2/3 are left out. Grameen holds particular significance in our debate today, as nearly all of its 8.4 million clients are women, and women make up the majority of the bank's management board. Through its microfinancing programme, Grameen empowers women to start and sustain small businesses, to support themselves and their families. And the benefit of this is felt especially by widows, many of whom are left without resource or recourse after the passing of their spouse. A recent study by the World Bank found that microfinance, especially microfinancing for women, is beneficial in alleviating poverty and raising income and education levels. With only a 10% increase in women's borrowing, household spending and women's participation in the labour force both improve, and improve at higher rates than a similar increase in men's borrowing. My hope, my lords, is that the Grameen Bank continues on this path of achievement and sees similar success in Glasgow, where Grameen UK have opened its first branch. We need microfinancing projects here in the UK for women too. The final group of women that I want to highlight today is women with disabilities, who face even greater hurdles when seeking economic empowerment. In a recent survey conducted by the World Health Organization, it was found that over the 50 countries studied, only 1/5 of disabled women were employed, compared to 1/3 of women without disabilities. There are many factors that contribute to this disparity, but inaccessibility of workplaces, transportation to workplaces, discrimination and lack of education are prime concerns. These factors are amplified in developing countries in which disabled women's inaccess to accommodation for their disability can severely restrict their ability to receive education, hold a job and participate in society. To illustrate these key points, I want to share with you the story of Abina, a Ghanaian woman living with a disability resulting from a childhood bout of polio. She was supported by Christian Blind Mission, given a tricycle that transformed her life and those around her. CBM is the major disability charity in the world who run this initiative aimed at raising awareness of the link between disability and poverty. Abina says, "I realised I could not walk, but I was so serious to get to school because the children would go to school and come with their books and read. So I would crawl to school. Sometimes at the school, the children were playing, jumping, and I would be sitting down looking at them. I felt like I am alone. So I decided to stop the school, and I said, 'This is a waste.' She later reflected, 'I was feeling like I'm not a human being. I felt frustrated and lonely. But when I received the tricycle, it was better. I decided to go into trading. I used the small capital I had and bought groundnuts, biscuits, and I sell pure water. I use the profit and buy things again I had. So I think this one is very good.' She has now become a disabled women's organiser for the Disabled Society in the Bulisa South District, her area of Ghana, and works to inspire and encourage other disabled women to take on work and to lead their lives normally. What I believe is that Abena's case so aptly shows us is how with a little bit of empowerment a woman's life can improve drastically. My Lords, John Stuart Mill said in a letter to Charles Eliot North in 1869, "The most important thing women have to do is to stir up the zeal of women themselves." Abena is testimony to that.
I would like to commend the noble Lady Baroness Jolly for bringing attention to this urgent and wide-ranging issue. As a research scientist at Oxford University and now founder and CEO of a biotech company, I shall focus on just one aspect, the importance of science for women's economic empowerment in both the private and the public sectors. At a national level, graduates of both genders in the so-called STEM subjects, and that's science, technology, engineering and maths, perhaps unsurprisingly, are on higher starting salaries. However, there is a clear gender discrepancy. Just over 10% of science-based business owners are women, compared to 33% for other types of businesses. Of the FTSE 100 companies in STEM sectors, 13% of board directors are female, compared to 17% in non-science-based organisations, while fewer than 1 in 10 of STEM managers are female. When it comes to apprenticeships, then the gender disparity is particularly stark. For IT and telecommunications, roughly 10% are women, in engineering, under 4%, construction, just 1.4%. So in the private sector, whether it be founding a company or sitting on a board or taking up an apprenticeship, women are woefully underrepresented in the very occupations that in general will be among the most economically empowering. The public sector too presents problems. While sexist views may be suspected but hard to prove in the corporate world, sadly overt prejudice against women has been explicit in academia. Back in 1997, a report was published in the high-impact journal Nature from the Swedish Medical Research Council, and this clearly demonstrated a gender bias in peer review of grant applications. Astonishingly, women with the highest scores on their objectively measured publication record were judged subjectively to be about as good as a low-average man. Meanwhile, in January 2005, the then president of Harvard, Larry Summers, sparked an uproar at an academic conference when he said, quote, "Innate differences between men and women might be one reason fewer women succeed in science and maths." And sadly, the situation has not improved. In a paper published more recently in 2012 in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, there was still an objectively demonstrable bias, this time by the faculty in both the biological and the physical sciences, in terms of both perceived competence and hierarchy of men over women. Another major hurdle for women in the academic science sector, in particular, is the lack of any type of structure in the first stages of their career. And this will have devastating implications for having children. Typically, a research scientist in a university will only gain tenure, and hence any kind of job security and structure, when they're in their mid-30s. Those women wishing to start a family, as might be expected, in their 20s, are therefore faced with an unpalatable set of options. It's at this stage, and this is an important thing to grasp about science research, that a young postdoc scientist, having become finally independent of their thesis supervisor, now needs to be maximally productive in publishing their own all-important peer-reviewed papers that in turn will serve as the gold standard for obtaining a lectureship. So the choices would be, 1, have no children; 2, defer having children beyond your biological optimum; 3, have a child and give up research science altogether; or 4, have a child and inevitably take time out, just as your male competitors are forging ahead with their publications. Very rarely would a man have to make these choices. In addition, the situation is not helped by the meagre and often prohibitively expensive childcare facilities available in universities. Moreover, a frequent complaint is that in the National Audit of Science Research in Universities, the so-called REF, the one-year dispensation allocated against your track record for having a child is just not enough. One rising star in her 30s, who has a toddler, summed it up, and I quote, "Quite frankly, it's exhausting, and I'm not surprised that many women decide to quit science. I don't feel anywhere near as competitive or productive as my peers can be or as I used to be. It does make you wonder, if it's all worthwhile. No surprise, then, that in senior science university posts, women are once again underrepresented. I first flagged this issue back in 2002 when, requested by the then Secretary of State for Trade and Industry, I prepared a report on the recruitment and retention of women in science, published as the Set Fair report. Looking back at data from that time to the most recent statistics published in 2012-13, there has been some improvement. Across all STEM areas, the percentage of academic staff who are female has increased from 35% in 2002 to 42% some 10 years later. However, currently, just over 2% of all women academics are professors, compared with almost 3 times as many males. So the situation is still not good enough. In general, women hoping to flourish in science-based careers face a wide range of difficulties. In a survey of 100 employees in the science-related public and private sectors, an astonishing 70% of women stated they had experienced personal and professional barriers to entry and progression in science. These barriers varied. While some that the survey flagged cannot readily be addressed, such as the need to live in geographical proximity to their partner, others can, including the lack of resources and funding, particularly for childcare, institutionalised sexism, and male-dominated informal networks. A big problem, my lords, is often a lack of awareness of current initiatives that would help to combat these problems. One example, which includes both university and industry, is so-called WISE, Women in Science and Engineering, which aims to improve the gender balance in the UK's workforce, pushing the presence of female employees to 30% by 2020. WISE launched an ambitious industry-led campaign in September 2014 to ensure that women in science, technology, engineering and manufacturing have the same opportunities to progress in their career as their male counterparts. They invited a cross-section of businesses to tell them what had made the most difference to the retention and progression of women in their organisation. The result has been 10 recommended steps, and interestingly enough, these all relate to mindset and the need for changing attitudes, particularly in the corporate world. Meanwhile, for women in science-based academia, the Athena Swan programme addresses gender equality in UK universities. Athena Swan has been developed to encourage and recognise commitment to combating this underrepresentation and into advancing the careers of women in science-based research and academia. In addition, Sheffield Hallam runs Women in Science, Engineering and Technology, WISET, based within their Centre for Science Education. And this aims to widen the participation of underrepresented groups in science, technology, engineering, maths and the built environment. They have developed and delivered a wide range of innovative projects, resources, schemes and activities for over 10 years now, based on gender and occupational segregation at all levels of education and employment. They work from a local to an international level and provide resources and run events to encourage participation in science, as well as support those already working in the STEM subjects. Sheffield Hallam was also one of the universities involved in the start of Aurora. This is a national scheme aimed at developing future leaders for higher education. It was launched in 2013 as a woman-only leadership development programme. Aurora aims to encourage a wide range of women in academic and professional roles to think of themselves as leaders, to develop leadership skills, and to help institutions maximise the potential of these women. These innovative development processes for women up to senior lecturer level or professional services equivalent. My lords, these are all really impressive initiatives, and they could really change the prospects for women in science since I published Set Fair in 2002. So why is there still a problem? Why is it not unusual to read in the press of a female scientist, but not of a female politician or a female lawyer? It's as though the fact that a woman is a scientist is still unusual and worthy of note. And perhaps that is the heart of the problem. Clearly, for the real economic empowerment of women in science, attitudes still need to change. I'd like to recommend the following. The excellent schemes just mentioned for helping women in science need much more publicity and coordination, and presumably this could be best achieved by central government. Moreover, it is surely only government that could bankroll out a sufficiently well-resourced scheme for funding a truly realistic, not just a token effort, a realistic large number of ring-fenced fellowships and or return-to-work allowances for pump-priming a career for those returning from childcare. The same benefits that are currently available to women should be extended to men if they choose to share the burden of maternity leave traditionally taken by women. For example, the allowances in the REF and in fellowship applications. This might encourage male scientists to share parental responsibilities more, as they could be less concerned about the long-term effect on their career, and we could move towards an equal future where both male and female scientists were competing on equal grounds. Within the private sector, the L'Oreal Women in Science Awards have shown how awareness can be raised of the achievements of individual women in their research. But we now need other companies, particularly those in science and technology, as well as smaller biotech companies, to take up the challenge of new initiatives promoting the appeal of science to women, as well as celebrating the benefits that they bring. For example, only last week I attended a Gender Diversity Summit in Luxembourg, organised by KPMG, where the advantages of female representation in the corporate world was stressed over and over by the men attending as well as the women. It would be wonderful if science and tech-based companies could organise similar events and from them develop constructive programmes. Finally, none of these initiatives, neither those already in train nor those just suggested, will have any effect at all without one single essential ingredient, and that's already been mentioned by the Nobel Baroness Joly. And that is the essential ingredient of a woman who chooses to do a degree in science. So schoolgirls need to be aware not only of the thrill of doing research at the bench, but also of the wide variety of career options that will open up to them with a science background, even beyond the lab bench, such as patent law, media, politics and teaching. What a shame it would be, my lords, if they were deterred from such exciting prospects by the perception, indeed the reality, that a major obstacle to realising their true potential in science would be their gender.
My Lords, I welcome the opportunity to make a contribution to this debate regarding the significant role women's economic empowerment has both nationally and internationally. Women's economic empowerment is often talked about in terms of quotas or targets, but this is the language of charity, of welfare, of equality for equality's sake. And as someone who didn't need a quota or a target to get on in the business world, I can assure the House it is not and should not be about those things. When I became the CEO of Birmingham City Football Club, people thought it was tokenistic, that I was window dressing, that hiring a woman was a gimmick. But it was only once they realised that I had a serious plan to turn around a failing business and went and put that into practice that attitudes changed and people understood that I was there because I was qualified, up to the job and could do it well. After all, that is what they would assume for any man who was taking over. If I had my time again, people might still well ask whether I had enough experience to do the job, but if they didn't feel the need to ask about my gender, that would be progress. But let me be clear, we are on the path to progress. My mother's generation didn't even enjoy equal rights before the law. Some professions, some institutions were completely closed to her. But we now need to move on from changing the law to changing perceptions, attitudes and culture. This debate is important for women, but it should be important for everyone interested in the success of our country. Women's economic empowerment is about success, not just for us, but more importantly for UK PLC. It is about not missing out on half the talent pool available to do the top jobs in this country, to lead our companies in the global economy, and to start new ones and grow them too. It is about diversity of thinking, different perspectives on the same issues, new skills, new mindsets and new ideas. We need to challenge existing ways of doing things, and empowering women is a great way of achieving this. A good board should have a variety of executives with different backgrounds and different bodies of expertise, and a starting point should be more women. Boards are there to challenge the executives, to ask the difficult questions, to hold them to account. So how do we get half of our companies, our boards and even our governments to be run by women? Firstly, I want to say that I'm proud to be a Conservative peer because I'm proud of my party's record on women's economic empowerment. Under the previous government, there were 21 all-male boards in the FTSE 100. Now there are none. In 2010, women made up only 12.5% of the members of corporate boards of the FTSE 100. This figure is now 22.8%. And I want to see this number increase further. I'm not saying that boards with no women should be made to appoint some on the spot, but that they should at least be made to answer why they don't have any. I'm pleased to say that there are a record number of women in work. Our long-term economic plan has helped to increase the number of women in work to record highs, with 14.4 million now in employment, an increase of 796,000 since 2010. And as an active business mentor and this party's small government ambassador, I'm pleased that there are also more women-led businesses than ever before. And on our journey into the world of work, women and their employers need to know that any career door can be open to them as they start to move away of thinking of certain industries as male-orientated. And I know how necessary this is, coming from a background in football. That is why I'm pleased that we are increasing the number of women to take up careers in science, technology, engineering and maths. The Your Life campaign is working with businesses to support more women in these industries. For example, Airbus has committed to recruiting 25% women engineers, and we're also providing a £10 million fund to help women progress as engineers. But it is also important to note that it is not all down to government policy. Some of it is down to culture and attitudes, and even attitudes of women themselves. As Facebook's Sheryl Sandberg said, women systematically underestimate their own abilities, and if and when they succeed, they typically don't attribute that success to themselves. This needs to change, and I hope that my example and many other examples can be an example to others. I've been lucky enough to work with boards who have looked at what I do, not at my gender. And this is an attitude we need to foster. We don't need to stack the deck in favour of women. We just need to tell them and tell the world that women can do anything they want, and where they lack the tools, governments should provide them. Somebody said to me recently that in society today, it's not okay to be a bit racist. It's not okay to be a bit homophobic, but it is still okay to be a bit sexist. And therefore, my lords, I'm delighted that this debate is taking place as a means to stamping that out.
Well done. Yeah. My lords, I too welcome the debate this morning. It's become a set piece that we have each year, and I think it's important that we do. It certainly reminds me just how privileged all of our speakers in this chamber are today, in that we've got a voice to speak. And I think with that brings the responsibility to us to speak for the women who don't have a voice at any level in our community and our society today. I think too, my lords, that we will have a concordat across the chamber, as we usually do, about the principles and the purpose of this event. I think where we will disagree is how we achieve it. And I think that disagreement is important to be aired and discussed. Now, the theme this year for International Women's Day is making it happen. And I think it's a very profound theme, because we can talk all we like, but make it happen is more difficult and more challenging, and we have to do it. This week we also see Women of the World on the South Bank, a marvellous festival that's grown in size since it started. And I'd like to congratulate the BBC Women's Hour for transferring themselves to that and broadcasting each day. If there's been any support for women over the years, steadfastly, it has been Women's Hour and Jenny Murray and her team. 20 years ago, my lords, doesn't seem like it, but it was, as a very young, new member of this House, I asked the question, when will we achieve equal pay? We had Barbara Castle's Equal Pay Act and Sex Discrimination Act, this year 40 years old, and we've still not achieved equal pay. I just wonder, without that act, where we would be, probably in a more inferior position than we are today. I'm reminded too, my lords, that in the other place the majority of members on the opposite benches to the Labour government at that day opposed both of those acts, as they indeed did in the later years. In the 1997 Labour government opposed the Minimum Pay Act. All three of those acts for the big help, not for women like us in here who have had enormous opportunity and privilege, but for the women who don't have a voice, my lords. The noble lady, the Baroness, in introducing this debate in such a wide-ranging and extremely enjoyable way and interesting way, referred to the FTSE 100 and a woman on every board now. The instigator of the policy on that was a Labour peer on these benches, Lord Davis, and all credit to him. But I would say, going back to the theme of my contribution in this debate, that one swallow doesn't make a summer. And this annual debate really gets my juices going and reminds me of the years ago when I was a bit more of a firebrand than I am today. In 2010, we called because we were concerned about the gender gap for pay. That a requirement on companies, not small companies, medium, large companies, for them to publish information about the average wages based on gender in their companies. The coalition decided that, well, actually, no, we don't want legislation or regulation. What we want to do is to have a voluntary code, and let's encourage it to happen. Well, they did make progress on that, my lords, because although we tried to get that changed, the government didn't accept it. We have made progress. 4 companies do it. That's an average of 1 each year since the year that we tried to get it done. Now, I raise this, my lords, maybe a bit unfairly to the Minister who is replying to this debate, to ask if next week, when the amendment goes down asking for companies of more than 250 employees are asked to publish the average wages based on gender, if they're going to accept that amendment. Remembering that the theme for International Women's Day this year is making it happen, and that will help make it happen. My lords, the pay, opportunity and empowerment gap needs a whole range of initiatives. Legislation, yes, regulation, yes, but a lot of other initiatives. I'm not stupid enough to think that legislation is the total answer. It's not. I have the huge privilege of being president of the charity, the Abbeyfield Society, and indeed one of our predecessors in the chamber today and is going to speak, the Right Honourable, the Noble Lady Baroness Bottomley of Nettlestone. I look forward to her contribution. Did a wonderful job as president before me. In this last week, in the lead up to this debate, the resolution survey revealed that 930,000 care workers are not paid the living wage. They're paid below the living wage. And I choose this theme, my lords, for this debate because it's an area that's in the public eye. It's an area that's going to grow. We provide housing accommodation for the elder members of our community. It's an area where I think it's perhaps one of the last big areas of employment where the employees are undervalued, underpaid, and often only read in the press about the abuse that takes place in the minority of cases. An enormous area of employment. I'd like to put on record, never thought I'd thank the Times, but the Times newspaper last year chose us as one of their Christmas charities of the year, and the Telegraph has followed it up. So I'd like to thank both of those papers for that, to show the work that these underpaid, undervalued members of society provide. The Alzheimer's Society say that 670,000 unpaid carers are women working for people with dementia. 82% of older care home managers are women. It's the biggest area of women's employment that I can think of, my lords. In Abbeyfield, 85% of our staff are women, and of those, 26% are in senior management roles. The average number of women working in the care sector is much higher than in most other areas of employment in Britain. So it's a very important area that we get it right. Our CEO, first woman CEO, Natasha Sangaraya, is an inspirational leader. And under her leadership, only over the last 12 months or so, this smallish charity, 8,000 older people provided with homes, of our 9,000 staff and volunteers. So mainly women, as I say, over 80%. We have a responsibility for them. We have a responsibility for the people that we care for. And last year I was proud, and I'm sure the Baroness Bottomley will be too, that we were the first national care organisation to pay the living wage. Our 1,500 directly employed staff are now all on the living wage. And of course the question was asked why, because it meant in some cases over 20% pay increase. And we put the question about why not? We expect our staff to give first-class care to our people. We expect them to respect them. How can we expect that if we don't respect our staff in our own right. So it was the right thing to do, and we've gone a bit further than that. We've said by March 2017, all our indirect staff must be on the living wage, and all our suppliers must pay their staff on the living wage too. Now, my lords, I give this as an example because it's an area where we won't be required to by legislation, probably not by regulation, and, depending on the outcome of the election, if it was a coalition's policy, we won't have it with government policy either. So it's where the organisation's taken responsibility itself, and that's where companies have to take responsibility, my lords. Now, I said today was a day of celebration. It is. I'd like to celebrate particularly and congratulate a peer on our own benches, the noble Lord Soley. Why Lord Soley? Well, his making it happen for women is that he's the chairman of the Mary Seacole charity. Yes. And he's helped establish it. He's currently chairman, and he's got a statue, a 15-foot high statue, that's going to be erected right opposite Parliament in the grounds of St Thomas's and Guy's Hospital. Mary Seacole was the daughter of a Scottish father and a Creole mother, born in Jamaica. In 2004, in Britain, she was voted the greatest black Briton. The location of that statue is important, and the work of Lord Soley is also important. It's a statue with a disc behind it. The disc comes from the very site of the British Hotel in the Crimea that Mary Seacole set up her nursing station. She applied 5 times to the British authorities to go, and they refused, so she made her own way, as women with determination well. The team that were building that, the artists, Lord Soley and his colleagues managed to get into the Crimea just 2 months before the Russians went in. And the disc at the back will actually have come from the Crimea, from the site of the British Hotel, as she called it, from the site that overlooked the valley where the charge of the Light Brigade actually happened. Mary Seacole, although not born in Britain, is one of the great Britons in my view. And it reminded me too, in closing, my lords, that we had a debate some time ago about a statue for Sylvia Pankhurst. It's still a dream of mine that we do it, as is a statue for the special operations women that we don't have in Britain. We have too few statues and commemorations to women. And that's my dream, my lords. And it's a dream to commemorate the women that have gone. But the biggest legacy we could give in commemoration of those women is the legacy of making sure that women in Britain today who don't have a voice, the thousands that don't, not us, the thousands that don't, are treated fairly, and that the government, whatever government, stands up and makes sure that they are treated fairly. And we don't have 40 years hence that equal pay is still not a factor in Britain.
My lords, it's a privilege to follow so many excellent speeches by so many strong and experienced women. My lords, the evidence is overwhelming. When more women are in work, economies grow. An increase in female labour force participation and a reduction in the gap between women's and men's labour participation results in faster economic growth. Evidence from a wide range of countries shows that increasing the share of household income controlled by women through their own earnings impacts positively on the benefits for their families and for children. My own maternal grandmother was a very poor woman. She had no education. She had 7 children to feed and clothe, and she baked bread each day in her village and took in some laundry just so that she made enough money each day, a small amount of money, but it was enough just to feed her 7 children. This was in the early part of the last century, but there are still millions of women like my grandmother all around the world today who take part in what is called informal employment. Women who don't have the privileges that we enjoy here in this chamber. In South Asia, for example, over 80% of women are in non-agricultural jobs, are in informal employment. In sub-Saharan Africa, it's 74%. Women comprise an average of 43% of the agricultural labour force in developing countries, varying considerably across the regions from 20% or less in Latin America or 50% or more in parts of Asia and Africa. This is the reality today as we sit here. Women and children, we know, will also bear the main negative impacts of carrying fuel and water, collecting it, transporting it, and according to the United Nations women's figures, women in many developing countries spend more than 1 to 4 hours each day collecting biomass for fuel. Another study shows that water poverty in 25 sub-Saharan African countries estimates that women spend at least 16 million hours a day collecting drinking water. Men spend 6 million hours a day and children 4 million hours. My lords, like many noble lords in this house, I go into a lot of schools speaking to girls mainly who come from deprived backgrounds, and we talk about some of these issues that impact. They're very interested in talking about these sorts of issues that impact women and girls around the world. But we also have problems in this country from young girls who come from different backgrounds who aren't encouraged to go on into further education and do the things and reach their full potential. And one of the things that I will always tell these girls when I go into schools and colleges is do not let anyone tell you what you can't do. Many of us, and I'm one of them, had that drummed into me, always what it wasn't appropriate for a girl to do. But I always tell them, as I think the noble Baroness Karen Brady said earlier, there's nothing you can't do. If you focus, you get the right education, and you are determined, there's nothing you can't achieve. And I think we need far more positive messages like that for young girls in this country from all backgrounds. My lords, we know that social institutions, as I've mentioned, affect female participation in economic life, and a more proactive approach from donor countries such as ours, I think is needed to address the causes of gender inequalities, the roots of gender inequality. So it's entirely right, I believe, that the approach by donors has been to improve women's access to education, as we heard from my noble friend Baroness Joly, to improve access to health. These are very important for birth control, very important. But I do believe it's not sufficient. The root causes of gender and discrimination in countries, some of the countries I've mentioned, with very strong social and cultural institutions, also needs to be addressed. For example, the enrolment of girls in primary schools can rise without it ultimately increasing female participation in the labour market, if traditional customs forbid women from working outside the home. Just as it goes against women being in authority, the enrolment rate in universities may rise without it having any effect on the number of female managers or women starting up businesses outside of traditional roles. It's therefore important to increase the effectiveness of the country and donor policies measures to address institutional inequalities. These must be put in place. Even when there are strong customs influenced by culture and religion, for example, which have adverse effects, positive changes in favour of women are possible. A recent project in Turkey, for example, a country that's seen huge economic development and success, there was a recent project whose motto was, "We are equal and we stand together at work, home and everywhere." Very ambitious. And it aims to create decent work opportunities for women and the development of inclusive and coherent policies to promote women's employment in a country like Turkey. The UN Women's Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia signed a partnership holding with one of the country's largest industrial conglomerates, the Koç Holding, which is absolutely a significant holding in Turkey, which manages companies involving finance, energy, tourism and food and IT. So these types of initiatives are beginning to break down customs and traditions in encouraging women to play a full role in the economic development in their country. So increasing numbers of women are now active in the workforce, bringing greater prosperity not only to their families but to the country. But this is by no means widespread. I have to, as a footnote, say to this, it's a great start, but there are still traditions that have not been broken down that prevent women from going out to work, particularly once they're married. I'm going to mention and talk about violence against women because this has a huge impact on the ability of women to participate in the work market in their community. This is one of the most widespread abuses of human rights worldwide, affecting a staggering 1/3 of all women. The effects go way beyond individual women to negatively impact across whole communities. ActionAid, for example, reports that violence against women and girls is one of the biggest barriers to ending poverty and inequality. It maintains and reinforces women's unequal status, and it is really so disempowering, making women more vulnerable to future violence and driving increased inequality and poverty. I've had some experience before I came into your Lordship's house, over 25 years ago, in establishing the very first domestic violence project and refuge for women from a Turkish and Kurdish background. In those days, talking about violence against women in the community which I'm part of was an insecure thing to do, if I put it that way. It was not something that was recognised, it wasn't addressed, and it was seen, and I was certainly accused of that, of taking women away from their husbands. And I was accused of that many times and faced threats for doing it. But it was one of my proudest achievements, I have to say, that establishing this project, and it's still going strong after more than 25 years, has brought huge success. It's educated a whole community. Sadly, it's still needed, but it's become quite entrenched now. It is a well-respected Imece Turkish-speaking women's group based in North London. It's still there, and it's been doing fantastic work now for over 25 years. They celebrated their 25th year last year. So this debate on International Women's Day does provide us an opportunity to ensure that women's rights are high on the agenda of global leaders. And I do commend this government in keeping this high on the international agenda. And I do hope whoever is in the next government, I'm not going to get party political, because I think we all want the same thing. You know, on this, we're all committed. That's why we're taking part today. We all want the same thing. We'll do the same. Later this year, world leaders will agree on a set of sustainable development goals. So key charities are urging the United Kingdom government to ensure that for the first time, a globally agreed target on addressing all forms of violence against women and girls is secured, with a standalone goal on gender equality and women's empowerment. And I'm going to ask my noble friend when she responds, will the UK government commit to an ambitious action plan to meet this goal? I do think that we need to, as one of the major donors in the world, we need to lead by example on this. I would like to see a greater focus on women's economic equality with the SDG targets to recognise, reduce and redistribute women's unpaid care work, for example, securing equal rights to economic resources and assets, access to decent work and a living wage, equal pay for work of equal value to ensure women's full and equal participation and influence at all levels of decision making. My Lords, each day around the world, hundreds of millions of women will collect firewood and water for their families. They'll cook, they'll do the chores, they take care of the elderly, the young and the sick. And all the time they're trying to scrape a living from the poorest paid and most precarious jobs. So women's labour is vital to a sustainable development both within the home and outside, and for the well-being of their own society. Women make up roughly 60% of the world's working poor, despite their lower rates of participation in the labour force overall, yet it is undervalued and mostly invisible. What is urgently needed on a global level is an agreement to guarantee women's access to decent work opportunities and to reduce and redistribute unpaid care responsibilities that fall disproportionately on women, just as they do here in the United Kingdom. Also to ensure that economic policies work for women, not against them. And I'd like to see promotion. I mean, we're doing a lot of it, but we need far more of it to promote women's voices and leadership at all levels. You know, there should really be no more summits, that we see these summits after, you know, when countries conflict or when we're trying to nation build, whatever. There are always these summits, but, you know, women have to be there. How many summits have we witnessed when women are just not at the table? How on earth is this going to work when half the population is excluded? As I mentioned, violence against women and girls works against these goals. So can I ask my noble friend, the Minister, if she can tell me if the government would champion this goal in the way I've described? And also I'd like to make a plea for refugee women. Will the government please continue to prioritise survivors of sexual violence through its Syrian Vulnerable Persons Relocation Scheme, and to also significantly increase the number of resettlement places in the United Kingdom made available to Syrian refugees? We were told that this is still several hundred. We know the scale of the refugee crisis for the Syrian people, compared to the thousands from other wealthy countries. Other wealthy countries have taken in thousands. We have only taken in hundreds. This is surely not the right way. We should be leading again by example. Violence against women and girls is endemic still in Afghanistan, affecting women across Afghan society. A report just last month from the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission showed that it is increasing, with 4,250 cases of abuse reported to the Commission in 9 months. The report followed numerous cases of violence against women making the headlines in the country, including beheading, gang rape, execution, exchanging of women and girls to settle disputes, amongst other practices. A significant feature of violence against women and girls in Afghanistan is the violence and threats that women human rights defenders are facing. These women in the civil society surely need greater support and protection. My Lords, we have a responsibility of one of the largest donors to these countries that I've mentioned and others to ensure that we attach serious conditions to greater equality and empowerment of women, and that we don't simply allow aid to be received without these key principles respecting the human rights of women and girls. And I just want to end by actually last night commending the BBC for screening India's daughters last night in the face of pressure by the Indian government who banned it, exposing the horrific attitudes towards rape and violence in that country. As a major, shining a light and holding governments to account is surely the best way to combat such violence. And I would like to ask my noble friend, as a major donor to India, is the government doing this?
My Lords, I'm delighted to speak following my noble friend. I was looking at her maiden speech again, only recently preparing for today, and she has a track record of supporting women particularly who need economic empowerment, those with mental health problems, those in prison, and I applaud her comments. And speaking about Turkey, she, like I, will be concerned about Shafak Pavey, one of the bravest Republican People's Party MPs in Turkey, an LSE graduate like myself, a human rights campaigner, and the first disabled woman to become a Member of Parliament in Turkey, and a reminder, as has previously been said, of the huge privilege that we as a generation have of being able to speak freely and openly, and have constantly to remember that life is very different in other parts of the world. The first International Women's Day 100 years ago, life expectancy for a woman in this country was about 55. Life expectancy for a woman today is about 83, a dramatic, life-changing experience for all of us. But of course in Swaziland it's 51, in Somalia it's 52, in Sierra Leone it's 39. And we constantly in our debates have to be mindful about the paradox and the contrast with other parts of the world. 774 million adults can't read or write. 493 million of those are women. 60% of women in the Arab states, South and West Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa are illiterate. In Mali, it's 29%, in Pakistan, 40%, in Afghanistan, equally appalling figures. And we all know that newly literate women have a positive ripple effect on all development indicators. Literacy doesn't save lives or fill hungry mouths, but it's a central component in women's empowerment. A woman who's able to keep her own business records is more likely to be able to manage her income and her expenditure, to manage her family size. The children of a literate mother are more likely to complete their education, and all the more so in a technology-driven world where smartphones are ubiquitous. So illiteracy limits women to only basic levels of engagement, and the disparity is growing greater. And all the more so for women with disability, and I adore the comments made by my noble friend Baroness Brinton. But I want to say how warmly I applaud the leadership from our Secretary of State for DFID, Justine Greening, and the work she has done consistently to focus on girls and women's rights. And having a woman in that role, to me, is extraordinarily important. When Baroness Chalker, our colleague who held that office, it was the same. And the redoubtable Claire Short, as many on the benches opposite will know, was somebody who really relentlessly campaigned for women and children. And the way in which the Secretary of State has consistently highlighted the targets, reported back on progress, that women should have control over their own bodies, they should have a voice in their community and country, they should live free from the fear of violence, they should marry who they wish and when, they should receive an education and a job, and should choose how they spend the money they earn, and how strongly I agree with those points about microfinance and women having control over their budgeting. And the recent Girls' Summit on female genital mutilation, together with the work that the Foreign Secretary, William Hague, with Angelina Jolie, has been done on putting an end to sexual violence in conflict, again, are examples of how giving a focus and a profile, together with a determined programme, backed by resources, is critically important. And it wouldn't be possible without that 0.7% commitment of GDP to aid. But I want to go from talking about the parts of the world where there are deep concerns, just to saying a little more about the other end of economic opportunity. I'm hesitant to speak at all in this debate without the noble Lady Baroness Howe being here. She came in briefly. I wonder whether she's lost her voice, but I can't recall a debate on this subject without her contribution, because although the noble Lord Davis has done a lot, I have to say that the campaign to see female empowerment, I don't think he would say, started with him, though my goodness, the way he's brought forces together to achieve change is quite remarkable. And if you look at the figures, as has been said, in 2010, there were 12.5 female board members. There are now 23%. I mean, it is really remarkable, the changes. And the last FTSE 100 company was named and shamed, and they all now do have a woman on the board, and some have several. And in our own house, we have the impressive Baroness Harding, who's one of those leading figures. I mean, the first CEO of a FTSE 100 company was not until 1997. We now have 3. The first FTSE 100 chair was in 2002. We now have 3. We have now have 22 heads of state, a different field, with Angela Merkel in Germany. In our lifetime, we have seen these dramatic changes. In my lifetime, I think I never thought there would be a woman Prime Minister. We've had a woman Prime Minister, we've had women leaders of the Lords, leaders of the Commons, speakers in the Lords, speakers in the Commons, and these are all achievements which I doubted would ever be reached. So I think we have a great deal to be excited about, but none of them more so than that, long last, the church that I belong to has overcome all the obstacles, and how wonderful. I'm sure the Right Reverend Prelate is going to speak about this at greater length, and I don't mean to steal his thunder, but last month, with the installation of Reverend Libby Lance as Bishop of Stockport, is absolutely splendid, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this time next year, when we have this debate, we might even have a bishop of our own in the Lords, although my campaign now is to get the bishops to remove their white dresses and just have the splendid purple. But I don't want to lead the House down a false avenue in this particular regard. And women, I believe, under this government have done well. There's always more to do. The gender gap is closing. There are record numbers of women in employment, very favourable compared with anywhere else in the European Union. The tax cuts, the help with childcare, and more to come, all mean that this is a good time to be a woman in the United Kingdom. And it was splendid to hear from a great role model, Baroness, my noble friend Baroness Brady, who just shows what can be done with energy, ability, and a positive attitude. There are always going to be areas where women's interests need to be properly considered. Currently, I've been thinking about the effect of policies to increase employment into the late 60s and how that may exacerbate gender, income and class disadvantages for women. Professor Sarah Arbour at the University of Surrey has recently been writing in a very earnest way about this. The points that the noble lady made about the Abbey Field and the vast number of carers are also equally important. And let me just finish on a topic that has been far better covered by Baroness Greenfield than I ever could. But with all the concentration on the number of women on boards, I have long been far more concerned about the inadequate number of female vice-chancellors. And I want Lord Davis and anybody else who wants to join him to take their efforts over and work out why we can't have more women vice-chancellors and what the obstacles are, what are the hidden pressures, prejudice against this progress. But it may well be that the excellent Baroness Perry will tell us the answer to all these matters later on. My Lords, I always regard this debate as enjoyable and enlightening. I think we're privileged, as I say, to be in this House, but we know our job is to make life so much better for other women, not only in this country, a liberal and a civilised country, but in so many other disadvantaged and very often very disagreeable countries around the world.
My Lords, it's a real pleasure to take part in this debate. I remember the time when we used to have to argue very hard to have a debate on International Women's Day to persuade the usual channels, I have to say, of the Noble Ladies' Party that this was a noble topic to take up. And I'm thrilled that now you all take it for granted. But it was a real struggle in those early days. I have to say, given that the last government had women as chief whips for such a long time, we were able to establish it without any discussion at all, and this House followed what the other House was doing and simply had a debate every year. And so we can all bring the things that really matter to us as women, and I think that, it's good that the men also contribute. But for me, as a woman in politics, I go back to what it is that has given me all the real privileges and opportunities that I've had. A lot of it was my family, but some of it was those 2 years after my degree when I went with voluntary service overseas to work in Kenya. That changed my life, gave me the opportunities to see that actually you had a responsibility to make a difference and that you could do that, and that there were things that you could do that you never dreamt of doing. Certainly growing up in Sunderland, as I know Baroness Parry also did, and she's going to speak later. But I was one of only 6% that went to higher education in my cohort. And so soon after that, to go to somewhere like Kenya, where there was no internet in those days, so you couldn't keep referring to what was going on back at home. My father by then was a member along at the other end, and he used to send me the Guardian Weekly so that I could keep some base in what was going on in the West. But actually, of course, I was taken over by what was going on in developing countries and what our role from this country was to there. And I'm giving you that long explanation to explain why it is that today I'm going to speak and not be tempted by many of the things that I've heard already from colleagues speaking about this country. I'm going to speak about international development and what's going on in the world, in the developing world. I have the enormous privilege of having been able to keep in contact with VSO throughout my life, and now being back involved with them in governance. And VSO now works around about 30 countries in the world, and from that we have learnt and taken evidence and actually built up a good means of understanding what is happening in communities in the developing world, and of knowing, not guessing, but knowing that women's empowerment, women's economic empowerment, has such a major effect on families and, of course, on local communities. The whole community benefit, and this is particularly true for women in communities where men are absent or they're unable to work. And I think particularly of places where men are travelling to work in southern Africa. And I want to say a little bit about Mozambique. But I want to say something about Kenya, which is where I went to and where I keep going back to. I met some women's groups that a volunteer was working with. And she was the first group she took me to see were able, through microfinance, to buy some goats. They bought first about half a dozen goats. By the time I went, there were about 200 goats. They're good at reproducing. And those goats were now supporting the women in the village to care for the over 200 orphans in that village who were orphaned through HIV and AIDS. And they were remarkably strong women. They simply accepted this was their responsibility and they got on with it. But with the volunteer, they'd been able to find means of doing that in an effective way by regular meat and regular milk, and then being able to sell some of the goats as well so that they could financially sustain their responsibilities. The next village we went to, the women's group with the volunteer had begun planting a whole range of seeds that they'd not planted much before, and they were all seeds that could be milled. So with, again, microfinance help, they bought a small mill, and they were milling flour, different sorts of flour, that they were able themselves to use, so their families were better fed, but they were also able to sell to others. And so they were making enough money to pay school fees, to do things that otherwise they would not have been able to do. And in Mozambique, VSO is working with the Association of Mozambican Miners Organisation, and has been supporting migrant workers and their families. Most of the men, or many of the men, work in the mines in South Africa, very dangerous, very difficult employment, and so many of them do become, many of the women have to bring the families up in the absence of the men, and of course many of the men die early. But they've been providing support and training to help widows in particular build a business and move themselves out of poverty, and again make a huge difference in their local community and in their families. And I could read you testimony from some of the men who are now too old to work but who are being cared for because there are these real changes in women's activity. So I know that empowering women economically really makes a difference to families and communities. But we have to accept that it is not enough. That we all talk about the importance of women in development, but we do not take it sufficiently on to the next stage. That this is essentially about how do we enable those women to ensure these changes are sustainable and to ensure that their societies are organised in ways that enable their economic empowerment to be sustainable. That is why, and we know that actually that bit is not yet working. Why is it that women still struggle so much for economic equality and work equality? In the world of work, 60% of the world's working poor are women. And other people have given the figures around the challenges that women are facing, lack of literacy and all of the other challenges that are facing them. But that is trapping too many of them into insufficient means to really be involved in their communities in the way they should be. And so VSO now has a campaign that I'm part of how do we ensure greater equality around the world for women. And that means really getting many more women into decision-making positions. We've begun here, we're not there. But in many developing countries, it's hardly begun. In many, in some they're doing better than us in terms of numbers of women in Parliament. But we really need to move this agenda on. Evidence is clear that where women are participating and influencing decision-making, it's leading to a more efficient, effective and responsive set of decisions for communities. It helps progress towards gender equality, and it helps transform the deep-rooted social norms and attitudes that act as barriers. But it also seems clear to me that it's by tackling the barriers to women's equality, that it's in tackling those that we'll take the massive steps we need to in the changes that aid is making around the world sustainable. Unless our aid leads to long-lasting change, it will continue to be under attack, and we have that threat continually. Decisions this year of the international community, therefore, are absolutely critical. When they meet later this year to agree the new development goals, I'm afraid to say largely men, will have a real opportunity to change the position for women, to actually develop goals that will enable women to take more part in the decisions around their country, their community, and the international world. And I just think that it's an opportunity that we simply have got to say to them is one they've got to face up to. They are the people who this year will have to listen and make sure that women's voices are heard and face these challenges in the way that they take their decisions. It's a huge opportunity, but it's something that we will all be watching greatly to make sure these largely men take the right decision.
My Lords, I rise with some trepidation to be the first man to speak in this debate, particularly having been gently chided by Baroness Bottomley about wearing a dress. But perhaps that's a suitable bridging attire at this moment in the debate. And I'm also very conscious that the Church could be seen to be behind the curve on this issue, as has been mentioned, and I hope you can see that we're trying very hard to catch up and to make proper progress. I want to do three things in this short address. I want to take up the theme that other noble lords have talked about in terms of the international perspective, and then I want to look at some issues in the UK, and then I want to say what might we learn in terms of policy priorities. A number of speakers have mentioned, especially Baroness Bottomley and Baroness Armstrong, the importance of an international perspective. I declare an interest as a director and trustee of Christian Aid. And it's axiomatic, as we've heard in the developing world, that if you invest in women, you invest in an advance for the economy. For instance, in Western Afghanistan, Christian Aid has been working over 30 years with partners. There are more and more women-headed households because of all the conflict. We pioneered a new form of silk production, offering training and technology, 1,400 women in those businesses, and that's producing income that's being diversified now into other sectors such as clothing manufacture. And it's women who've got the drive and the commitment to make that happen. In Mali, Christian Aid with Partners has helped 4,000 women gain access to land, and as a result, vegetable production increased by 50%, with women leading and directing the businesses. So it is axiomatic, really, that this is a sensible thing to do. And if you want more scientific evidence, some of you may know about Goldman Sachs' 10,000 Women initiative. Goldman Sachs in 2008 set up this initiative to provide business education, mentors, networks, links to capital. By 2013, they had enrolled their 10,000 women across the world, and of course they do a scientific analysis of the effectiveness. And it shows very clearly that revenues have been increased, jobs have been created, and there's been an expansion of women's contribution to their communities. So there's a very clear message, as we've heard: if you invest in women for development, the whole of society benefits. But I just want to remind us of some of the factors in our own context, if we accept the principle of investing in women for economic and social development. The Fawcett Society have done some interesting research to show a number of factors that I'd invite us to think about and the Minister perhaps to comment on. There's been a very welcome growth in jobs in the private sector since 2010, much trumpeted, very valuable. 59% of those jobs have gone to men and 41% to women. So we do have to think about how we are proactive in giving women equal opportunities. Further research shows that many women work well below their qualification level in the labour market. We've heard some speeches about getting behind through taking time out for child rearing. But another factor that might be important is that the job seeker allowance has a very strong emphasis on getting people into work, which is understandable, but it can have the effect of getting people into work so quickly that they have to take work that is below their level of ability and skill, and therefore not fulfilling the potential, and those people are mainly women who end up working below their qualification level. Do we need some kind of look at the job seekers allowance strategy? And the final bit of research about our own context is that 85% of the money saved from tax and benefit changes has come from the pockets of women. I invite Baroness Jolly to comment on that. She said women need to keep more of what they earn. 85% of the money saved from tax and benefit changes has come from the pockets of women. Let me just raise some issues finally about policy direction and policy priorities. And again, Goldman Sachs have done a very interesting study of Japan, which I think can put alongside our own context some markers about policy issues. And they've shown that the amazing progress Japanese culture and economics have made by involving women has been through a series of targets. Targeting female representation in various fields, as we've heard other speakers mention. Targeting lifting female labour participation in particular age groups through a reading of the economy and its potential. Targeting the boost of the supply of childcare. Targeting the increase in the percentage of fathers who take up paternity leave, which is a shift towards equality. And targeting the issue of companies making disclosures about gender policy and gender practice. And from that research, Goldman highlight 3 sectors and a number of issues that we might consider for our own policies with our government and our business practice. In terms of government, the research says that we need to encourage gender diversity target setting, and the government needs to lead the way. We need to boost female representation in government. That's a very important sign. We need to promote, as Baroness Brady said, female entrepreneurship. We need to encourage retraining opportunities, and we need to invest in childcare. They're issues of policy priority for government. In the private sector, the research shows that we need to stress the business case for diversity. There's plenty of studies that show that. We need to create a more flexible working environment, particularly schemes for evaluating performance and ensuring promotion need to be much more targeted towards embracing women and women coming at different speeds into the labour market. We need in the private sector to set clear diversity targets. Baroness Brinton talked about the danger of all talk. How are we going to encourage the private sector to set clear diversity targets? How are we going to introduce more flexible employment contracts? And finally, and very interesting in the private sector, you may know about the Australian model. But in Australia, they realised that you've got to do what they call engage the majority in terms of the workplace and the economy, and therefore you need male diversity champions. And in Australia, it's been very significant, the effect of male diversity champions acting in this field, especially in the private sector. And finally, society. We've got to challenge the myth that women taking jobs would displace men. In fact, women, as we've heard, take jobs and the whole economy and culture benefits. But in society, we've got to tackle the whole mindset that we've heard about violence against women and girls, which is the substructure of discrimination, really, and not taking rights and opportunities seriously, and the mindset issue that Baroness Greenfield spoke about. So I think there's great encouragement in the general principle of women being at the forefront of economic development and its well-being for society in terms of our experience in the international context. There are serious issues we have to face about women having the right opportunities in our own UK context. And there are some important policy issues for government, the private sector and society that we may do well to take seriously if we want to really make some progress in this area.
My Lords, it's a pleasure once more to be able to participate in what I call the Thursday debates. And I've listened to all of them, and they all inspire me because I'm old enough now to look back over the years when the situation of recognition of women in any shape or form in running things in the country was far less than it is now. I'm one of those members of society who was starting to work before the war, and I mean the 1939 war was when I started, and I was 14. I passed my 11 plus exam, but I couldn't go because Dad was on the dole for the whole of the 1930s. And it wasn't until I got the opportunity given to me by the Open University, many years later, that I gained a Bachelor of Arts degree and then was awarded an honorary master's degree. So therefore I knew that I had the degree in me somewhere. Trouble was, it didn't come out, or the opportunity didn't come out. And my theme really is to say, not that we should be patient, but we should be proud of the progress that has been made. And a lot of progress has been made. During the war, I was in the Royal Marines, and I was badly wounded in May 1944, preparing for June the 6th in the same year. And things went wrong on a certain exercise, and I finished up on a hillside with my guts in my hand, my legs damaged. And when the nurse said to me, the man who did the operation on you is coming round today, I said I'd like to see him, and I said to him, Mr. Anderson, I understand you saved my life. And he said, well, put it like this. He said, if I'd got to you 20 minutes later, you would have been dead because of the loss of blood. Now, 70 years later, I'm still standing here. And therefore, I have faith in longevity, and I intend to keep going as long as I can. One of the great things that I can recall over the period is the extent to which this chamber has changed. I've been here now 30 years and in Westminster 40 years, but a great change has taken place in the population of both chambers. When one looks at the background of when I first came in the House here 30 years ago. It's radically changed, and I look across at the bishops' benches, and of course they've changed as well, and the change is coming, and one has to be patient and not be too peremptory in criticising the progress that is being made, because I'm convinced that the whole of society wills and wants the changes that many of us have wanted. But there needs to be a right moment, there needs to be a right happening, there needs to be an event which tips the balance. Now, one can argue politically, well, you could have produced legislation under Labour, but it wouldn't have got through then because the mood of the country wasn't then. I believe that the changes that have taken place, which demonstrate that both houses have got what I call ordinary men and women who've got an extraordinary background of achievement, is beginning to tell. When one looks at sport, Rachel Hare-Flint, who was the captain, of course, of women's cricket for many years, is a member of this House. Tanni Grey-Thompson, the great wheelchair athlete, who's done marvellous. Then one realises that women have a contribution to make, and they make it very, very well. When, in actual fact, I got my degree, it opened up a world for me which I knew was there, but the key was given to me through the Open University, and I'll always be grateful to it. All I want to say is that I'm completely on the side of those that want to see progress along the lines of the Noble Baroness Joly. She was a marvellous opener of this debate, and she must be very proud of the fact that the debate itself has attracted so many people from so many aspects of the matter. I will simply conclude by saying it's a privilege to be here in this House. It's a privilege to be able to get on one's feet and to speak on topics like this with a modicum of experience from outside this place. And I believe that all that we want to achieve is coming. The disappointment, of course, is that at the end of the day, it's the politicians who will decide, because it will only be changed by legislation, and that legislation needs to be tempered and put forward at the right time, and I hope I'm still here to support it when it does.
My Lords, it is a great pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Graham, and to say that all these issues that we've been discussing today are only going to happen if we get buy-in from men, because men are still in the driving seat in so many countries, so it's very great pleasure to have his support. I'd like to thank the Noble Lady Baroness Joly for so ably introducing the debate, and very much look forward to hearing the Noble Lady Garden's response. My Lords, I had planned to talk about entrepreneurialism, although interestingly, women entrepreneurs don't like to refer themselves as such. According to recent polling, they prefer to be called business founders. And having reread the Women's Business Council report and the government's response to it in preparing for this debate, I was really encouraged by how much good stuff there was in it. But, my Lords, I'm going to share with the House a very short sneak preview of the Centre for Entrepreneurs Research, which, together with the Legatum Institute, they will be launching next month, which has been drawn from polling and interviews with focus groups, 500 entrepreneurs and C-suite executives. Although I hope Noble Lords will forgive me if later on I move on to the topic of women in politics, although I quite accept it doesn't fit quite so neatly into this year's topic as it has done in previous years. But, my Lords, on that research, the headline findings are that women are just as interested in men as growing their business. They take a different approach to risk, a more calculated approach. They perceive their growth trajectories to be steady, and they think of male entrepreneurs as more concerned with a fast growth and quick sell. The research shows that they care more about their workforce, few are willing to risk staff for the sake of growth, and many focus strongly on corporate responsibility and their contribution to society and their local area. They spoke of turning to family and close networks for funding, and the exit stage just isn't on their radar. Instead, they talk about planning, managing, and controlling growth. Now, I don't think any of this will surprise us, as it probably confirms our existing suspicions, but I, for one, look forward to reading much more when the report is published in April. My Lords, in previous years, I've too discussed the international aspects as co-chair of the Conservative Friends of International Development. But as the Noble Lady Baroness Tong is unable to join us today, and as an officer of the APPG on population development and reproductive health, I must make the obvious point that without access to modern family planning, no woman anywhere across the world can become economically empowered. Investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth, and that puts our debate today in context. But, my Lords, as I say, I hope that this close to the election, and no noble lords will know that women in Parliament is one of my things, and with most of the seats selected, I'm going to return to this subject so close to my heart, and which was indeed at the heart of my own maiden speech, which I made in the same debate 4 years ago. I think an awful lot of us were making maiden speeches in that debate. I talked about my grandmother, who was the only Conservative woman MP in 1945, and her father, my great-grandfather, who was a Liberal MP and subsequently a Labour peer, introduced the first women's suffrage bill in 1907, and how proud he must have been of seeing his daughter take her seat in 1937, and how astonished the two of them would be, having sat on these green benches here, to see me here now. But, my Lords, I talked about Women to Win, which is the organisation the Home Secretary and I set up nearly 10 years ago, and how, after the last election, we went from 17 to 49 MPs. Not great, but a huge improvement. And I'm sorry the Noble Lady Baroness Bottomley isn't in her place, but I would think that when she was in the House of Commons, it was considerably less than 17 women MPs. And over the past 4 years, as you know, members of Parliament have announced that they're retiring and the seats have been selected, I've been rather gently teased by members opposite about how we're not making enough progress and that all women shortlists is the only solution. And, my Lords, I've lost my nerve on the journey, and I've thought that maybe that was the only solution. And indeed, I caused some kerfuffle by saying that if we go backwards at the next election, all options should be on the table. But, my Lords, I'm delighted to be able to say that I don't think we're going to be going backwards. We've had a very good run, and I would like to just update Noble Lords on where we are. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate a number of people who've been involved in making that happen. We all know that going into politics is not an easy career choice or an easy option, and I do think that women in particular need to be encouraged to come forward, and they need to be supported on their journey through their first interview right through to the green benches. And that's really what Women to Win is there for, and I know the Labour Party have a similar organisation. Indeed, I know the Lib Dems do too. But so I congratulate those who've been involved in making sure that the selections that have taken place have, to start with, had a balanced list, that it has had at least as almost every interview selection panel has had at least as many women as men. We have voluntarily had 10 all-women finals. Those constituencies have chosen to do that, and only 4 all-male finals. And that is significant progress. And we have ended up with 33%, with 1 in 3 across the board. So that includes the seats we're not likely to win, and indeed of the retirement seats, 9 out of 27, or 12 out of 33 if you count the ones that might be in the margins of error. And that excludes the ones that I hope that we're going to gain next time. But there was also a bit of a hoo-ha, if you remember, with a number of Conservative women retiring. Actually, it's only been 3 women retiring out of 33 retirement seats. And they did the responsible thing, which was to retire early in order to provide an opportunity for their successors to get in place. So although the situation post the election is not clear, I am very pleased to be able to report significant progress. I have to say that 2 of these very good seats selected last week, and I might not have chosen this theme had they not done the right thing and chosen excellent women. But if I may stray a little further from the topic too, I would also like to welcome the number of BME candidates who will be joining the Green Benches next time, which includes for Fareham, Braintree, Richmond, Yorkshire, Havant, North East Hampshire, Wealden and South Ribble, not naturally Conservative BME territory, my lords. And I congratulate those on the selection panel for having gone outside their comfort zone in selecting candidates who might not necessarily fit into those constituencies. And my lords, part of what we've also been working on is the next generation, because that first step, that first seat, is a challenge. It's any of us who've done it, and I fought a Glasgow seat in 1987, it put me off. I didn't want to do it again. It's lonely, it's boring, it's difficult. And part of what we've been doing is raising money for them, the candidates the first time round. And only yesterday I was speaking at a fundraiser for a highly capable 25-year-old Indian girl who is fighting Dulwich and West Norwood this time. I'd love it if she was going to win, but what I really want her to do is to be there in the next generation, and I'm delighted to be able to, that we at Women to Win, and the Home Secretary was there last night as well, able to support them and encourage them coming forward and keep them there. So I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate CCHQ for achieving this considerable success without a row, and my noble friend Baroness Chisholm is a big part of that. I'd like to congratulate Conservative members in selecting outside their comfort zone, and most of all to those candidates who are stepping up to the plate. And my lords, often people say to me, why does it matter? Well, it matters because women's life experiences are different to men's. They are not inferior, they are not superior, they are different. And it is that difference that has to be better reflected, whether it's in the chamber next door, whether it's in this chamber, whether it's in the boardrooms, or whether it's in the judiciary. My lords, every sector in this country is not doing well enough. But none of us in this chamber, nor the men who understand how important all of this is, can afford to be complacent or afford to take our feet off the pedal. Thank you.
Yeah. My lords, there is an old African proverb in the Akan tradition of West Africa, where I was brought up, which in translation says this: men tend not to listen to women until it is too late. Men tend not to listen to women until it is too late. My lords, bearing in mind all that is to happen in this year in New York, in Paris, in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals and to climate change, we, men, had better listen to women, or it will be too late. And there have been so many remarkable contributions made in the course of this debate today from so many remarkable women, contributions that have been made and are to be made, that there is much that we need to heed. But I want, if I may, your lordships, to concentrate on Africa, on development, and to mention, bearing in mind this is a day of international celebration, two remarkable West African women. My grandmother, an entrepreneurial, innovative, medium-sized cassava and cocoa farmer in the Achim region of the Gold Coast, as was Ghana as is. And then another woman, Bertha Compton, a renowned educator who taught me to read and who was the inspiration of a book club in my primary school, who to this day is a teacher who presides over a school in Freetown in Sierra Leone, well into her 90s. And it is on Sierra Leone, Your Lordships, that I would like to concentrate my remarks this afternoon. Sierra Leone, where Ebola has had a devastating impact, not simply on the economy of that country, but also and significantly on the real progress that had been made in terms of the advancement and empowerment of women. Because I'm afraid Ebola is not an equal opportunity virus. Ebola discriminates against women. Why? Because it is women who care. It is women who, in our tradition in West Africa, and indeed globally as it happens, tend to be the ones who, at a time of death or sickness, are always to be found in the front line, either domestically or professionally as nurses and clinicians. So the result in Sierra Leone has been that more women have died tending to the bodies. More women have died tending to the sick than men. But it goes beyond that, because the gains that had been made in the field of education, and they were not without significance, from a very low base, those gains have been set back, and set back markedly. Because the reality has been, Your Lordships, that with the closure of schools, girls have been sent home. Girls have been sent home in circumstances which make it very unlikely that they will, in fact, ever return, even when the schools are reopened. The reality is, I'm afraid, that there has been a huge rise in teenage pregnancies in Sierra Leone, that there has also been a rise in the number of sexual assaults on girls, as men have preyed on the increased vulnerability of these young women, very often left to be the sole providers in the circumstances in which they have found themselves. All of this, Your Lordships, from what was a very low base, because I'm afraid Sierra Leone, which is not a poor country, it's an impoverished country. It's not a poor country. It is rich in minerals, rich in agriculture, rich in its human potential, but it is nevertheless impoverished as a result of greed and avarice and exploitation, quite apart from the sister evils of ignorance and neglect. An impoverished country where more than half of the population live on less than $1.25 a day, and where one of the key causes of the civil war, which only ended just over a decade ago, was in fact the unequal distribution of power. An unequal distribution of power that was felt significantly by women, in which women were effectively prevented from accessing the sources either of traditional power in the chieftaincy or of democratic institutions. Now, the good news was, Your Lordships, that prior to the outbreak of Ebola, that was being reversed. It was one of the fastest growing countries economically in Africa. And as I saw for myself, and I was privileged to visit that country last year, shortly before the outbreak, when I met with the Women's Caucus in Parliament, when I met with an inspirational group of women brought together by Christian Aid with their local partners in that country, I met women who were empowered by the fact that they were now able to hold local budget holders to account for the money that was being spent on health and education in a project supported by the European Union, by DFID, by Christian congregations and others up and down the length and breadth of this country. As a result of their activity on the ground, women were being empowered. And the danger now is that all of that will be set back. That all of that will in fact not produce the real gains economically that were beginning to come on stream. And so, Your Lordships, I would ask really for two things. First of all, that we make sure, even as we have the debate about what is to happen post-Ebola, that we learn from the experience of those women and that we listen to their voices. Because when you ask women what they want on the ground in Sierra Leone and indeed in many other places in Africa, they'll tell you that what they don't want is massive spending on tertiary hospitals. What they want is a focus on community health and public health. When you ask them what they want, they will tell you that yes, they do want to go to primary schools, but they want to see girls enrolled in secondary and tertiary education too. Because although real advances have been made in terms of primary education, girls are not advancing in secondary and in tertiary education. And we must be so careful, even as we advance the cause of primary education on the continent, that we don't forget secondary and tertiary. Because African women want to be scientists too. African women believe that the future of their continent, that the future of Sierra Leone, does depend on the capacity of African women to be able to become scientists, to be able to take their role in the health infrastructure that is about training women nurses, women doctors, that is about having women working in scientific laboratories, because all of that, in terms of the strengthening of the healthcare system, demands the involvement and engagement of women. And if we lose sight of that, if we lose sight too of the fact that more than 60% of women in Sierra Leone are engaged in agriculture. Agriculture is absolutely key to the future of that economy and of that of Africa as a whole. My grandmother, my paternal grandmother, this innovative cassava and cocoa grower, knew the value of agricultural extension officers, which, interestingly enough, were more prevalent in colonial times than, in fact, they are across Africa today. My grandmother knew the importance of research and development in agriculture. She knew the importance of being able to be linked, and her produce being able to be linked to global markets. And so we do have to make sure, don't we, that we don't neglect agriculture, the role of women entrepreneurs, and importantly, thinking beyond subsistence to the creation of wealth and to the linkaging of women to global markets. And so, my lords, we have an opportunity in this International Women's Day to celebrate the achievements of the many great women who have gone before and who work and are activists now north, south, east, west, on all sides of the political spectrum. We have the opportunity to celebrate their work, but also to rededicate ourselves to a future which they are enabled to shape. Because we do need to heed. We do need to heed. And it is not too late. And the best may still yet be to come.
My Lords, I too should like to thank the Noble Baroness for initiating this debate and perhaps to continue the theme started by the Noble Lady Baroness Jenkin. It's been 112 years since the Women's Social and Political Union was formed, and then 8 years later, the first International Women's Day. And history, even familiar history, can be illuminating. So I looked up the Encyclopaedia Britannica for that year in 1911, and it described women as meaning a wife, or as it put it, the wife division of the human race. We've come on a little way since then, but perhaps not as far as we would have liked. But the wife division of the human race then wasn't economically empowered, nor had a right to vote or hold public office. It was also that year that Sylvia Pankhurst, and I share my noble friend, Lady Baroness Dean's view that Sylvia Pankhurst should have some recognition, founded the East London Federation of Suffragettes, because she wanted a movement that included women from all backgrounds, especially from working class backgrounds, because they had the greatest need of emancipation. The suffragettes wanted to make it happen, which is, as has been said, the theme of this year's International Women's Day. But apart from proving their worth as war workers, little did happen for them until the 1918 Representation of the People Act gave propertied women over 30 years of age the right to vote. And we had to wait another 10 years before women over 21 achieved equality. I mention this because in election year, we all have reason to remember those women and to honour their bravery and sacrifice by encouraging the maximum use of the precious vote. My Lords, I am proud that my party will build on our record of women representation in this Parliament, because we have more than 50% female candidates standing in our target seats, although there's always more to do. But we have to also work hard to find ways to engage with the 9 million women who did not vote in the last election, and to ask them not to give up on democratic politics. We know that women are worried about the cost of living, about the NHS, about exploitative zero contracts, about the future of their Sure Start. But we have to emphasise that voting is vitally relevant to those and other basic concerns. In doing that, we must never forget, of course, our sisters who are not properly enfranchised still. In Saudi Arabia, King Abdullah has declared that women will be able to vote and run in this year's local elections for the very first time, although sadly they won't be able to drive to the polling station. In Burma, where elections are expected later this year, it's unlikely that Aung San Suu Kyi will be able to stand for president, as the constitutional clause banning anyone with foreign partners or children will not be amended by the quasi-civilian government. It's hard to see how the elections can be seen as credible and fair without the reform of the eligibility clause. And whilst it was a step forward that President Thein Sein endorsed the Preventing Sexual Violence initiative last year, the military government continues to stand by while the violence perpetuated by the Burmese army continues with impunity. The Women's League of Burma and the UN Special Rapporteur have been documenting rape and sexual violence by the Burmese army for decades. One such case was in January this year when 2 young Kachin female teachers, Maran Lu-ra and Tang Bao Kwan Nan Sin, were brutally raped and murdered in Shan State. They had been working in the village for about 8 months as volunteer teachers for the Kachin Baptist Convention. The Burmese army arrived in the village 2 days before the murders, posted guards around it, but then left shortly before the bodies were discovered. The Burma Campaign UK, of which I declare an interest as a trustee, has called upon the British government to implement provisions in its Preventing Sexual Violence initiative and dispatch a team of experts to Burma to investigate the case. I would be grateful for the Noble Lady, the Minister's comments on why this happened and what are the criteria for making such a decision. The international community, including the UN, have repeatedly called on the Burmese government to fully investigate such cases, but it has repeatedly failed to do so. These young 20-year-old women had left the relative safety of their homes to teach children in an area of ethnic conflict. In Burma, as elsewhere, there is an urgent need for education, not only for children, but also adults, if the demand for teachers, health workers, and better living standards are met. As Baroness Brinton said, Kofi Annan has said that there's no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women, and that empowerment must include access to education. Educating girls has enormous benefits for their families, communities and countries. The Millennium Development Goal to eliminate gender disparity in primary and secondary education has been nearly achieved in primary education, but progress has stalled. But the higher the level of education, the higher the prevalence of gender disparity, even for girls living in higher income households. And there are ways to make things better. Making the school environment more conducive to girls by improving the sanitation facilities, making roads and transport safer, having more female teachers as role models. It's been estimated that an extra year of primary schooling for girls increases their wages by up to 20%. And mothers with even a few years of education are more likely to send their children to school and have healthier babies with lower levels of child mortality. The Sustainable Development Goals to be finalised this year include inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. And I would listen to the answer that the Noble Lady Baroness Hussein Etchi asked the Minister about whether there's going to be a standalone goal. But as Julie Gillard, the chair of the Global Partnership for Education and former Australian Prime Minister, has pointed out, aid to education has fallen by almost 10% since 2010, compared with just over 1% in overall development assistance worldwide. She calls for the sharp decline in global aid to education to be reversed and for there to be the political will to reprioritise education aid. As part of that campaign, the charity World at School has teamed up with campaigners all over the world to call for every girl and boy, wherever they are born, to have the chance to go to school and get a full education. Tomorrow, the World at School youth ambassadors, Shazia and Kainat, the teenagers who were injured alongside Malala on their school bus in Pakistan, will share their courageous story and help launch the Girls Stand Up for School campaign to secure a future where every girl around the world is educated and empowered to reach their potential. As part of the Stand Up for School campaign, there's a Throwback Thursday, which Noble Lords can join in by posting an old school picture on Twitter, Facebook or Instagram to promote girls' education and get more people to sign the petition calling on all governments to keep the promise made 15 years ago. With 31 million girls denied their right to education and more than 500 million girls dropping out before completing their basic education, there cannot be progress on economic empowerment until no child is left behind.
My Lords, we have already heard much today about the crucial role women play in our economy. Over 14 million are in full-time or part-time work, 1.4 million are self-employed, and there are now more women than ever on FTSE 100 boards. But despite the progress made, there remain great challenges. My Lords, to ensure the future generations of women are able to access the jobs that will power our economy and continue to improve their economic position, it is critical that our education system helps them develop the knowledge and skills they need to succeed. And it is here, my Lords, that I declare my interest as Director of New Schools Network. Is it, of course, no surprise that as girls' academic achievements have grown, both at school and university, so their success in the job market has increased and their employment options expanded. Last year once again saw girls outperforming boys at GCSE in every mainstream subject other than maths. At A-level, though the gap between them was much smaller, girls continue to outperform boys. While overall the picture of attainment is positive, it remains the case that women are underrepresented in some subjects, particularly at A-level and then at university. As my Lords will know, at A-level, boys are twice as likely to study maths, 3 times as likely to study further maths, and 4 times as likely to study physics than girls. At degree level, less than a quarter of maths undergraduates are women, less than 20% of computer science undergraduates are, and just 16% of those studying engineering are. Yet these are the very subjects that can open the door to some of our fastest growing sectors, where many of the high-value jobs of the future are likely to lie. While women are well represented in many sectors in our economy, such as the service industries and, of course, across the public sector, it is important that they have access to jobs in other leading industries, such as the creative industries, pharmaceuticals and high-value manufacturing. My Lords, with education such an important foundation for increasing women's economic empowerment, it is little surprise that they have been an important driver for change and improvement in the system over the last few years. The opportunity to set up new schools has been enthusiastically seized by women around the country, by mothers who want a new option for their children in their community, and teachers who see them as a chance to raise standards in their area and ensure that all children have access to a good education. Education is an area dominated by women. Over 70% of teachers are female, but as in many sectors, they are underrepresented in leadership positions. The free school policy is providing a new opportunity for women to unleash their entrepreneurial spirit and help shape education provision in their area. So women like Charlotte Warner and Katie Parlett, who both have autistic children and have drawn on their own personal experiences to establish new special schools in London and Leeds. Sarah Counter, a determined head teacher who has set up Canary Wharf College, now an outstanding primary school, and is setting up a further 2 schools to offer high-quality education to young people in one of the poorest boroughs of the country. And a group of mothers who are setting up a primary school in Crystal Palace to help to tackle the acute shortage of places in the area. As well as being a driving force behind their creation, we are also seeing outstanding female leaders in many free schools, from Sasha Cochrane at Big Creative Academy to Angela Reynolds at Corby Technical School and Sue Atwood at Hatfield Community Free School. And we're seeing new schools set up with specialisms to help ensure that girls as well as boys have the skills desired by our employers of the future. So King's College London and Exeter University have set up England's first 2 specialist maths sixth forms. North Somerset Enterprise and Technical College is developing its curriculum with local employers to address the STEM skills gap in the area, while students at Sir Isaac Newton's sixth form in Norwich have regular sessions with leaders from STEM-based industries and leading academics to gain a better understanding of the employment opportunities open to them. In conclusion, my lords, as in so many fields, given a new opportunity, women are rising to the challenge. But if we are to ensure that they continue to play a growing role in our economy, we have to start early. And that means ensuring that every young woman has access to a high-quality education that helps her develop the character, the confidence and the skills she needs to do whatever she wishes.
My lords, I welcome this opportunity to debate women's economic empowerment, as it allows me to highlight the means to prevent so many women entering prison in this country. Economic empowerment of women who have been imprisoned or are in danger of entering the criminal justice system is key to their positive participation in society. In January this year, there were 3,807 women in prison in England and Wales. More than 8 in 10 sentenced women entering prison had committed non-violent crimes. Most of these sentences were short. Around 60% of women entering custody each year have been sentenced to 6 months or less. In addition, around 4,000 women will be sent to prison on remand in a 12-month period. The majority of these women spend only around 4 weeks in custody. Yet any time spent in prison has a devastating effect on women's lives, often resulting in the loss of their homes, employment, and most importantly, their children. Financial concerns are a driver to women's offending, according to a Cabinet Office study, which found 28% of women's crimes were financially motivated, compared to 20% of men's. Not surprisingly, earlier research on mothers in custody found 38% attributed offending to a need to support their children, single mothers being more likely to cite a lack of money as the cause of their offending than those who are married. Theft and handling offences are the biggest single driver to custody for women. In 2013, theft from a shop accounted for more than a third of all custodial sentences given to women, with the average sentence length of 1.9 months. Between October and December 2013, more women entered prison on remand, awaiting trial for this offence than any other. Shoplifting was one of the few offences to increase in the 12 months to June 2014. I fear that with the increase in the number of those on benefit being sanctioned, some will have to turn increasingly to this form of petty crime. The Fawcett Society recently found that, and I quote, particular groups of women, including single mothers and women facing domestic and sexual violence, are exceptionally vulnerable to sanction through no fault of their own. Many women entering prison are in debt, and imprisonment exacerbates their financial situation, making it difficult for them to access housing and benefits on release and to be reunited with children. The Prison Reform Trust has recommended the time limit for eligibility for housing benefit for sentenced prisoners be extended from 13 weeks to 6 months to prevent short-sentenced women from losing their homes. A recent survey of women in HMP Holloway found that benefits were the main source of income for more than half of those surveyed, and 43% admitted they were currently in debt. Women are more likely than men to have claimed out-of-work benefits prior to and post time in custody. Employment outcomes for women leaving prison are 3 times worse than for men. Women were more likely than men to worry about housing debts linked to the need for suitable housing prior to regaining custody of their children. Fewer women than men had bank accounts. More women than men said that they felt unsure about managing money, and less than 1 in 5 of women interviewed were offered financial advice while in prison. According to the Prison Reform Trust in its recent and excellent report, Working It Out, former offenders, both male and female, face a number of barriers to employment. A combination of factors including mental health problems, low self-esteem, and educational gaps, as well as the legal requirement to declare unspent and sometimes spent convictions if asked by employers, can make it extremely difficult for people with a criminal conviction to find work. Women in the criminal justice system are disproportionately affected by mental illness, drug and alcohol dependency, and lack of confidence. As my noble friend Baroness Corsten's groundbreaking report of 2007 said, chaotic lifestyles and backgrounds, disproportionate prevalence of learning difficulties, and difficulties result in many women in the criminal justice system having very little employment experience or grasp of some very basic life skills. So of those women who are imprisoned, many, if not most, need substantial assistance to become job-ready on release. At the same time, the dual stigma of mental health need and offending history creates extra obstacles. The exclusion of prisoners with mental health problems from vocational rehabilitation, often on the basis that they are, I quote, not ready, is another barrier in itself, despite all the evidence that work promotes recovery from mental illness and desistance from crime. For women in prison, much greater emphasis on training for employment on release is needed. I welcome the government's announcement of a package of reforms for women in prison, including English and maths skills assessments on reception, assessments for special educational needs, and the introduction of tailored learning plans to meet individual needs, offering a mix of life skills and formal education skills, but more needs to be done. There should be greater use made of release on temporary licence schemes to allow women assessed as low risk and suitable for day release to gain experience and skills that will aid resettlement by taking up employment in the community and also to help to rebuild links with children and other dependents. Recent changes to ROTL have made it harder for women to access the scheme by insisting that they must have a job secured beforehand. Finding a job or voluntary work in the community whilst in prison is challenging given lack of access to the internet, the high cost of phone calls, and the inability to meet potential employers face to face. Also, the proposed closure of the only 2 open prisons for women could result in the loss of local partnerships with employers which have built up over the years. Employment and the education and training that underpin it is a vital pathway to reducing reoffending for women. As the Prison Reform Trust has said, more concerted action by both government and business would improve employment opportunities for women who have been in trouble. My Lords, it's widely acknowledged that most of the solutions to women offending lie outside prison walls. Women's centres providing services and supervision to women on community orders are ideally placed to support them to build the skills, training and confidence they need whilst maintaining community links. If women have jobs that enable them to find and keep hold of secure housing, look after their children, and move away from abusive relationships, they are less likely to return to crime. The reorganisation of probation services under transforming rehabilitation has led to a period of great uncertainty for many centres working with women subject to community orders or on licence from prison. Initially funded by central government and more recently by local probation trusts, funding from community rehabilitation companies is confirmed only until this March, when it will depend on commissioning decisions taken in each contract package area. Some CRCs are offering between 3 and 6 months extension on current contracts, but the uncertainty and short-term nature of such funding risks irreparable damage to many services and loss of experienced staff. So there is understandably growing concern that funding for such women's centres is insecure. What assurances can the Minister give that women's centres will receive adequate funding to ensure their continuation post-March 2015? Only by supporting vulnerable women to help themselves and their families can we begin to address the cycle of deprivation and reoffending that blights too many young lives.
Well said. My Lords, I wanted to speak in this debate today, not because I especially have great expertise on women's issues, but because I think it's vitally important that we see men being proactive by standing up and speaking up. And perhaps it's a concern to me that too few men take part in these important International Women's Day debates. The second thing I want to say is that women's rights and equality issues should not be seen as the preserve of just one political party, but it's the work and contribution of members across this House that is important. Indeed, year after year, all the oral questions on International Women's Day have come from just one bench. How refreshing it is that there's been a change this year. I'd like to thank my honourable friend Baroness Joly for leading this debate and her excellent opening comments. I look forward to my noble friend Baroness Gardner's closing remarks. And I have to say that listening to the debate, I have just learnt so much today, and I just wish more people could hear the comments that members have made. International Women's Day provides us with an opportunity for raising awareness, continuing discourse and ultimately accelerating action for women's economic empowerment in the UK and beyond. As the Chief Executive of the UN Women has said, we must push for women's economic empowerment alongside other priorities, because this will be essential to ending poverty and advancing gender equality. A major priority must be that of education, and I believe that universal provision of education will pave the way for long-term women's economic empowerment by ensuring that every child gets the best possible start in life. If our ultimate objective is gender equality in business, we must focus on the education of our future business leaders. When we have an educated, literate citizenry, we will pave the way for effective and inclusive economic development. But gender equality should not be seen as a women's issue. The World Bank's research into promoting women's economic empowerment found that improved economic opportunities for women led to better overall outcomes for families, societies and countries. Inclusive and sustainable economic development can be achieved through gender equality, educational provisions, creating opportunities for entrepreneurs across the board and long-term business networks for all. Education has been defined as one of the top 10 priorities by the Association for Women's Rights and Developments, and the ratio of female to male enrolment in secondary education is often a crucial indicator of gender equality across the world. Let me tell you of a real success story. Currently, DFID's programmes in India support a range of human-related activities that have a positive impact on the lives of women and girls, including assistance with government education and health initiatives. For instance, helping girls attend secondary school as part of India's Right to Education Act can push back the average age of marriage, increasing potential for greater social entrepreneurship and allowing more young women to become beneficiaries of different social ventures. DFID's investments have and continue to address a variety of different issues that, left unchallenged, can often act to reinforce each other and affect sustainable development in the long term. In the UK, economic development should reflect British values and be governed by freedom, democracy and inclusivity. Recent attempts from the Government's Equality Office have sought to step up efforts to attract qualified women to public positions, whilst ensuring that working practices and conditions are consistently family-friendly. So far, we've been able to help many women reach their potential in the workplace, enable many businesses to get the full economic benefit of women's skills, including through the work of the Women's Business Council, Women on Boards and the Think Act report programme. We've also made a concerted effort to ensure that women's interests are always represented in government by regularly meeting women's groups and campaigners and listening to women across the country. Furthermore, more than 4,500 grants have been paid out to those establishing new childcare businesses, with a further £2 million extension of the scheme for the rest of this year. I'm reassured by the progress we've made so far, but even in the UK, many women still lack access to adequate childcare provision, flexible working conditions and balanced career advice. It is encouraging to hear stories of women's economic empowerment from around the world, and I hope that we can take inspiration from places as far afield as Cambodia and China, in which it has been shown that increasing adult female income by 10% of the average household income increase the years of schooling for both girls and boys. High pupil enrolment and attainment figures are, of course, promising. However, we need to continue to ensure that those pupils who are enrolled in our education system are able to make informed decisions about the future, including the pursuit of STEM subjects from GCSE onwards. At A-level, there are currently almost twice as many boys taking maths as there are girls, and almost 5 times as many boys taking A-level physics. I find it incredibly worrying that the UK still has the lowest percentage of female engineers in Europe, and even more so that only 4% of engineering apprentices are women. Some businesses and multinational companies should be commended for their efforts thus far to actively increase the number of women in science, technology and communications, and for their work in enabling young women to develop the necessary skills. Cisco Systems Global Education Adolescent Girls Initiative is an example of good practice and has been able to teach core subject skills to young women around the world in conjunction with the World Bank. We need to make sure that the 2 million apprenticeships that this government has created over the last 4 years are accessible to young women, and that young people from all backgrounds are able to benefit from the opportunities on offer. Ensuring that we have a diverse range of young apprentices in the UK will mean we are better placed to compete with our European neighbours in the important fields of science, technology, engineering, maths, in addition to our impressive track record in the arts. We must ensure that the new National Careers Company effectively addresses the gender disparity in the uptake of STEM subjects and empowers young women to make informed decisions about their future. I believe we have a great opportunity this International Women's Day to create a real change and discuss the root causes of economic disempowerment. By linking together women's economic empowerment and the role of education in youth, we can help women directly, but also widen the talent pool in the future, and with it the potential for market-related innovation. I thank the Noble Lords here for their dedication to this subject, both nationally and internationally, and urge them to consider diversity in the future primarily as a means of empowering women, but also as a strategic business advantage. Finally, I was interested to hear the comments made by Baroness Brady and her remarks about women in the world of business. Yet there are still, of course, huge areas of our society where women are absent and little progress has been made. Like Baroness Brady, I do not believe in enforced targets, but I do believe in role models, action programmes, and perhaps most effectively in naming and shaming. Perhaps my noble friend, the Minister, in her reply, could I suggest that perhaps the government might from time to time publish lists of areas where there are very few women represented.
My Lords, I too congratulate Baroness Joly on arranging for this debate for us today and to be able to speak here with my many colleagues. I would like to declare an interest as a member of the Vital Voices Global Partnership Board, recognised for supporting emerging women leaders and taking their vision to scale around the world, and a founding member of the 30% Club, a group of chairs and CEOs committed to better gender balance at all levels in their organisations through voluntary actions. Business leadership is key, my lords. This takes the issue beyond specialised diversity effort into mainstream talent. And the 30% Club was launched in 2010 with the aspirational goal of 30% of women on FTSE 100 boards by the end of 2015. It has become an international business-led approach, men and women working together. My lords, I would like to ask the Minister and the Government to condemn the action of the establishment in the running of Yarwood today. My lords, we are discussing women and women's economic empowerment and how to achieve it. Women and children who have come to the United Kingdom, they have fled seeking asylum and refugee status and are being treated abominably, being treated like criminals, and even worse, no respect. Instead, the government should be welcoming and expediting applications so that the women and children can start to lead a normal life. My lords, I would like to see this as a priority by the Home Office, and if necessary, the Cabinet should be involved across all government departments. My lords, in the year 2000, the UN Security Council Resolution 135 was the first resolution specifically addressing the unique impact of conflict on women and women's importance, contribution to conflict resolution and sustainable peace. It marked a watershed, my lords, in the moment where international community recognised the role of women and the gender to peace and security. Following the UNSCR 1325, subsequently, the Security Council resolution further defined the importance of women's roles in conflict and peace, building further resolutions recognising sexual violence as an issue of international peace and security, and reiterated the need for a comprehensive response to sexual and gender-based violence. My lords, further resolutions in 2013 Resolution 2122 aims to strengthen the measures to improve the participation of women in all phases of conflict resolution. My lords, we know that women are key to peace, and if women are not at the peace table, peace does not stay for very long. At the present time, a number of peace negotiations have only lasted for 5 years and then they fail. That is because there are not women at the peace table and there are not local women. My lords, Hillary Clinton and Ambassador Milan Verveer are global leaders and have established an Institute for Women, Peace and Security at Georgetown University. William Hague and Angelina Jolie Pitt have encouraged and enabled the London School of Economics to establish a Centre for Women, Peace and Security in February of this year. And we very much hope that these global institutions will continue, and we hope to see a further 3 by the end of this year around the world. To ensure that peace agreements stay in place, I feel it's very important that Britain should be a world leader in this space. We have already had an international conference last year on women's sex, secure and violence, and further we had this year the global conference on faith leaders. I think it is very important that we show the lead in this way, not only with funding, but also encouraging other countries to partner with us. Thank you.
My lords, like all noble lords, I welcome this opportunity to debate the issue of women's economic empowerment. I agree with other noble lords that much needs to be done to address gender inequalities, from the issue of gender pay gap to the cost of childcare, which makes it prohibitive for some to seek employment. From fewer girls taking STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, maths, which would lead to higher paid jobs, to the lack of women on FTSE boards, despite there being enough women of seniority and talent available. And I know that much has been done to address this, but I think we still have some way to go. and to cultural issues, preventing aspiration and discouraging women from achieving their full potential. Of course, there are differences and degrees of gender inequality between countries, and indeed, between the developing and developed world, there are extreme and pronounced differences. In fact, women in the developing world are at a serious disadvantage, both in education and the labour market. My Lords, there are many strands to the subject of the economic empowerment or disempowerment of women, and these issues are both national and international. The international issues are enormous, and other noble lords have spoken passionately about these, and these need increased and persistent effort. But as time is limited, I shall confine my remarks to the area of entrepreneurship within the national sphere. The Institute for Public Policy Research has indicated that men across Europe are 90% more likely to be self-employed than women, and that in every European country, the rate of female self-employment lags behind the rate for males. The IPPR has also stated that whilst the relatively high rates of women entrepreneurs in emerging and developing countries is due to a high level of necessity, in the developed world, women are often motivated by other factors, such as maintaining a balance between work and caring for family. There's no doubt that in the UK, significant strides have been made in recent years in addressing many of the issues faced by women, with the government putting in place very many measures to help women into work and to start up businesses. But, my Lords, we must explore every aspect of what it will take to create real gender equality and real economic empowerment for women. First and foremost, we must kindle a sense of confidence in women to make entrepreneurship an attractive career option. Statistics from the Office of National Statistics show that in 2014, 1.4 million women were in self-employment in the UK, just under 1/3 of the total number employed. And although this number has increased by 34%, it should be noted that the top 3 occupations for self-employed women were 1. Cleaners and domestics, 2. Childminders and related, and 3. Hairdressers and barbers. Now, whilst these activities are important, women have also a role to play in high-worth businesses. For this, we must continue to provide support, such as mentoring, as well as access to educational support and support in information and communication technologies. And very importantly, support in financial literacy, along with access to finance. The report of the OECD, Enhancing Women's Economic Empowerment Through Entrepreneurship and Business Leadership in OECD Countries, found that women often have less experience when they start up a business and are also less likely than men to borrow money to finance their businesses. Although both women and men in OECD countries are likely to hold accounts with formal financial institutions, men are more likely to receive a loan from these institutions. Equally, women also tend to raise a smaller amount of capital when it comes to financing business expansion. According to that report, there was also evidence that women are constrained in accessing equity and venture capital because of their weak representation in key networks. These are just some of the issues. If the aim is to raise productivity, employment, and economic growth nationally, then these concerns have to be addressed. It has been acknowledged that women play a crucial role in driving economic development throughout the world. Expanding our existing business development services to take into account those issues faced by women entrepreneurs would be a useful exercise. Industry-specific business training programs for women or other such initiatives would go a long way to encourage more women into business, but also to help those already there to grow. My Lords, if we wish to close the gender gap and to create a diverse and inclusive society where individuals can attain success, then entrepreneurship and leadership for women can play a vital role towards achieving this aim.
Sorry. My Lords, I too thank the Noble Lady Baroness Jolly for raising this debate during the week when we commemorate International Women's Day. Sunday marks an international day of celebration and events that respect and appreciate women's economic, political, and social achievements across the world. Established in 1909, 105 years later, this year's theme is Making It Happen, which for me is very appropriate. The theme itself strikes a chord, as for many women of color over the years, economic achievements, putting it quite bluntly, hasn't happened. With the House's indulgence, I will explain further. Multicultural Britain can boast many different individual cultures and subcultures that define the term woman. As the term woman is not homogeneous, to truly empower women and make it happen, all the integral parts that make up womanhood must show advancement so that progress not only benefit the few, but all women. Here I express my gratitude to the Noble Lord, Lord Davis of Aberskosh, and others who, as we speak, are improving women's economic empowerment further by making the business and social case to increase the representation of women as members of the boards in Britain. The boards who oversee the activities of our top companies in the FT 100 and 350. Having raised the question in this House, I'm delighted to say that black, talented businesswomen are now getting the opportunity to share in this special social change. However, with the House's patience, I'd like to share with you an event which shaped my view on the direction of travel of black women's economic empowerment from a more pointed perspective. In doing so, I'm reminded of a quote from the Irish philosopher Edmund Burke, who said, "Those who don't know their history are destined to repeat it." And from the economist Arthur Lewis, who encouraged entrepreneurship among women, saying, "You will not flourish unless women are empowered and encouraged to be involved in business." I quote these two because of an experience I had. In the late 70s, I attended a conference on how to start a business, attended by over 200 black people. The first speaker was an official from one of the leading banks. He opened his contribution by saying to the women and men assembled there, "I do not lend money to black people on principle." I leave you to imagine the consternation on the faces of those assembled. It was a totally black audience. Now, being aware that banks are the lifeline for small businesses and enterprise, I had the temerity to stand up and ask what his principles were. He went on to cite that to him, black people were not trustworthy, nor did they have any track record for establishing a line of credit, which made them a very high risk, And he was sure we would agree with him that he should not be prepared to risk the bank's money on those from the coloured community. There were up to 7 principles, which I will not bother you with. Enterprise in Britain was already happening among black women. Those who came, the first generation, found it impossible to find anyone in this country who could do their hair or have makeup to suit them. So they were doing it in their home. And as a community relations officer, we thought it would be good to get them onto the high street and into proper businesses. That bank manager was lucky to leave the room alive. I have to say this because having been part of the establishing that conference, I was then saying, no, all through the experience, because we really wanted to convert him. We wanted to instill in women that growth meant loans, and here was a banker dishing out not money, but a slap in the face. I'm confident to share with this House, in my role as patron of the European Federation of Black Women Business Owners, in sounding a positive note, and that the second generation black women are breaking out of the stagnation which the whole community had to endure. This sort of pain and suffering is getting heard and is fast disappearing. Not quick enough for us, but it's happening. We now have women who are determined to make it onto the make this a level playing field. It's meant challenges and hard work to disprove the claims leveled against them by that banker. What was sad was that the social burdens were deliberate and propagated by the media then and today. We thank the Scarman report for highlighting the needs of the black community, and today you will find black women involved in all sorts of businesses. I'd name just a few for you. Joy Nichols, the owner and chief executive of the Joy Nichols Associates. Kanya King, a businesswoman and entrepreneur in the music business. Cynthia Dale, a woman who opened a care home, and she always says, on the advice of Mrs. Thatcher, opened a care home and now has 4 care homes caring for people. She is still having problems with local authorities, but she's carrying on, and she has herself said that the people she's cared for decide to call her mother. Yvonne Thomason is another entrepreneur. She was one of the founders of Choice FM. And today she's written a book about women on boards, which is having a majority of white people being involved in buying that book, and she's thriving. The Acts of Parliament, the Race Relations Act, effective equal opportunity policy, and the formation of the Caribbean Chamber of Commerce and borough councils were all involved in the growth of the second generation into economic development. And for that, we believe that when one sees a black woman before them, they will not believe that she would be stopped by the 7 principles of that bank manager. Britain needs all sorts to contribute to the United Kingdom, and black women do this daily in every area where opportunity is offered to them. The banker's word, as you would understand, was for me a seminal moment, because I understood right there how powerful, by way of negative impact, racism was. Not only because I knew that the black community on the whole were struggling to start businesses in this country. The first generation served. The second generation had the advantage of the education and was seeking to enter into the world of making themselves entrepreneurs. When you have power, it's very difficult, if you have a prejudice, not to exercise it. So we have forgiven that banker, and we hope that he will never, ever say what he said again. Now, Miss Abbott, MP, next door, she was in the forefront of the economic empowerment for black women in this country. She started an organization which is still going today, Black Women Mean Business. She also encourages black businesswomen to encourage others. Yvonne Thompson, who are CBE, who I mentioned before, her own ASAP company in media, has gone from strength to strength. Now, I named those two, but there are so many more. They would both attest to the difficulties and the barriers placed before them that were seemingly designed to prevent them and their contemporaries from having economic freedoms and achievement. Through Diane Abbott's organization, she provided the much-needed support and guidance to black women who dared to want to enter into business. Dr. Thompson went on to establish the European Federation of Black Women Business Owners, supporting, empowering, and creating a dialogue with black businesswomen in the UK and across Europe. Latterly, the Prince's Trust also identified the challenges for minority groups in business and attempted to bridge the gap. He really understood the barriers to economic prosperity that black women in their droves showed their resilience by finding alternative sources of funding for their businesses by maximizing local personal money lending schemes, known in the Caribbean as partners and susus. The most prominent among these businesses startups was the hair and beauty sector, as I mentioned before. Now, for the first time, it would be impossible to go down a high street without finding that black hairdressers, catering for Europeans as well, are able to lend their trade in order to empower themselves and the country they live in. We know that now the bank manager would not have been able to say what he said because of attitudes have changed, but also we have laws to ensure that he doesn't. We now know that the gatekeepers of economic opportunity have become more adroit in excluding those who are black, but we will still continue to fight. I have a cautious optimism for the future. I recognize that more people in our society understand that the social and economic isolation of one community affects us all. Another note for optimism is black women are the leading lights today, and the ones that are coming after them will have role models to follow. Heather Roberts, CBE, a black woman who has the distinction of being the youngest ever chief executive of a local authority in the UK. She has risen to become the first woman to be a director on the board of the Football Association and her own media company. In her slipstream, and one for the future, is Karen Blackett, OBE, and CEO. She's the CEO of Mediacom, the UK's largest media buying agency, who became the first businesswoman to top the UK power list. Karen, a product of the environment that both Diane Abbott and Yvonne Thompson helped to create. With Karen and many more young, determined businesswomen like her blooming throughout our communities, like redbuds in spring, I'm reminded of a quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt, who said, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." I wholeheartedly welcome the events and celebrations for this year's International Women's Day. However, let us together make it happen as a society. We see economic, social, and political empowerment for all women, and not only white women, from all the communities in the UK today.
My Lords, I would like at the outset to put on the record my admiration for women and men all over the globe who, by their bravery and hard work, advance the cause of women and girls, particularly those who risk violence to do so. However, my comments today, my own comments, concern how women's primary responsibility for bringing up children impacts negatively on their economic empowerment. And I hope noble lords will forgive me if my words start from a personal perspective. A month ago, when the nominations for the Oscars were announced, there was an outcry that none of the nominees for Best Director were women. In the 87 years of the Academy Awards, out of the 429 nominations for Best Director, there have only ever been 4 women. So no surprise there, really. Only in the writer categories do women make a showing at all, but even there at less than 10%. Less than 1% of sound nominees. There has only ever been 1 female nominee in the effects category, and for cinematography, none at all. And as every year for the last decade, media outlets rang and professional associations set up urgent debates to ask why. But this year, I was also approached by a powerful blogger from LA who had written to every female director they were able to find and asked for an anonymous response. My response was that the authority and centrality implicit in the role of the director is something that is trained into young men and out of young women. And even if they do make the leap and imagine themselves as film directors and advance through the bruising ups and downs of critical perception of creative genius, box office acumen, and adamantine self-assurance, just at the point that it all may pay off in terms of a stable and highly paid career, many, though not clearly all, become mothers. Being an artist at that level requires a selfish devotion to your art. Being a primary carer requires selfless devotion to your charges. It is not insuperable. It's not an insuperable contradiction to brook at any individual moment, but over the length of an entire career, it defeats many. Female directors rarely want to highlight their gender, and as it turned out, I was the only person across several continents who responded to the blogger. The email I got back said, "Spot-on analysis, hard to get people to talk about this even anonymously. Unless I get 3 other people responding, I'm not going to run anything." Nothing ran. The rarefied world of Oscar nominee is hardly the cutting edge of gender inequality, but an Oscar nomination has an almost magical, multiplying effect on the financial success of a film and subsequent career of its director, which means, in turn, it's more likely that when we think of a film director, we think of a man. But of course, this cycle plays out across many professions. Several years ago, I was transfixed by a radio interview where a female politician was being pressed to explain why she was not running for party leader. the interviewer implied that she was failing in her duty to party and people. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly, the politician explained she had 3 young children. Her husband was also running in that race, so presumably had the same 3 young children. Why didn't the interviewer ask what cultural and structural changes the politician thought necessary to enable women with young children to occupy high office? Why cast the woman as failing in her duty to public and party? Why not question if male politicians are routinely failing in their parenting duty? Why did the interviewer remain entirely silent on the fact that Messieurs Blair, Brown, Cameron, Clegg all had young children when they became party leader, as indeed did Ed Miliband, who was the eventual victor in that particular race? As a result of taking on unequal responsibilities of parenthood, women routinely occupy lower status work than men in all fields, with the inevitable downgrading of their economic prospects. Last month on Question Time, a government minister joyfully talked about the parity of wages between men and women under 40. I was horrified, actually, that a government minister would consider parity of wages under 40 as a measure of victory for women at all. It is, as others have already said, not at the beginning of their journey women experience the most discrimination and difficulty, but as they become mothers. Data shows that the gap gets exponential as careers progress, including that published by the Chartered Management Institute last year, which reported a 35% executive pay gap between the earnings of men and women over 40. And ONS figures of all UK pay show that in their 20s, women will be earning 1.1% more than men, but by their 50s, it will be 80% less than men. In the words of the ONS report, this is likely to be connected with the fact that many women have children. And to be clear, not because women are in a position to choose to be home in some sort of apple pie, yummy mummy fashion. 70% of women with dependent children in the UK are in the labour market, routinely taking lower paid or lower quality work in order to balance duties of parenting and earning a living. And for the same reason, it is women who make up the vast majority of part-time workers. The ONS statistics on the UK labour market from February this year reported 6.14 million UK women working part-time and just over 2 million men, with the inevitable blight on career progression and greater risk of poverty in old age. All parts of the political spectrum express a belief in gender equality and fairness, but then fail to account for the overall contribution to society, family, and the economy by those who bring up the next generation. And in failing to account for that contribution, we continue to perpetuate a system where women, by fourfold the primary carers, see the possibility of well-rewarded or competitive employment recede as they struggle with the dual demands of work and parenthood. I do not diminish in any way a man or woman who wishes and is able to choose to do full-time childcare. On the contrary, my point is that there is an unsustainable contradiction between our collective duty of care to the next generation, the burden on women as they disproportionately fulfill that duty, and our desire for gender equality in public and economic life. Nor is this only a first world issue. 4 years ago, I sat at the feet of an elderly woman in Karnataka, South India. She was desperately trying to persuade her 12-year-old granddaughter into sex work. Furious at the young girl's resistance, she demanded of me, "What shall I do? I am old, my daughter is dead, my brother is disabled, there's rain coming in. How will we feed the children if she does not go and do this work?" How indeed? I had no answer. The grandmother was not a bad person. The economic options available to her family group were limited to her granddaughter going to do sex work. In her worldview, she had a responsibility for her daughter's children and was fulfilling that responsibility by sacrificing one child who would, when she was gone, be able to support the rest. The particular girl in question did receive help, at least in the short and medium term. But this scenario is repeated throughout the world. Estimates suggest that 40 million sex workers globally, of 40 million globally, 80% are female, 3/4 of them 13 to 25. Many pushed into sex work to support their families. My lords, in every strata, on every continent, in every context, the outcomes for women are distorted by the unequal responsibility for parenting. So unless and until we see the raising of children as a collective endeavour, across gender, across family, across communities and nations, we will never achieve economic empowerment for women in any of these contexts. And we will never be able to protect girls and women from the sexual exploitation in communities where women do not have access to other forms of paid work. And unless and until we recognise that the unequal responsibility for children is a direct obstacle to women's advancement, and proactively take steps to redress the balance, not only in fragmented corporate and third sector initiatives, but as a priority from the centre of government and all parts of civil society, we will never have enough female voices in the system to make the structural and cultural changes necessary to deliver the economic empowerment for women that is the subject of today's debate.
My lords, as we approach the 104th International Women's Day this weekend, I, like so many other speakers, am very grateful to Baroness Joly for introducing this debate, which gives us an opportunity to reflect on how far women have progressed, but also, I'm afraid, how much more there is to achieve. There have been important strides towards greater equality, with many of the opportunities that are taken for granted by young women today that would have been scarcely possible for their grandmothers growing up in the last century. But enormous issues of unfairness and inequality, most eloquently highlighted by my noble friend Baroness Gould and others, are still there to be addressed both here and around the world. Now, at the heart of my comments today is the belief that through achieving greater financial autonomy, women are empowered. Education, improved literacy, decent work, and an independent income give women the freedom to make choices, support their families, and realise their potential. But women also need role models, the aspiration and the confidence to take up these opportunities. And this is crucial to the health of our society. One of the most effective ways to tackle childhood poverty is to support women into well-paid work. And for a vibrant, innovative and successful economy, we need as many women in leadership roles as there are men. This is not opinion, my lords, but fact, based on several close studies of the performance of mixed-gender teams. Now, many speakers today have referred to the excellent work of one of my colleagues on these benches, the Lord Davis, and we can celebrate, certainly, that in 2014, women made up 23% of board non-execs on the FTSE 100, close, if you like, to the target of 25% set for this year. However, if you look at the FTSE 250, where women only account for 17.7% of board directorships, there is still work to be done. There are still 24 all-male boards, and although that number is down from the 131 all-male boards that existed in 2011, we should certainly think about extending our targets to this sector. But, my lords, the real problem that we face is in the executive pipeline for women.
Yes, more women than ever do work, over 14 million in total, but only a small percentage are running their own business. Why? Because as my noble friend Baroness Mubarak has already said, women are half as likely as men to start their own firm, the majority citing that they don't feel they have the right skills or adequate access to capital. Now, in the workforce itself, 3/4 of chief executives and 69% of full-time directors are men, and these rates have not changed. They haven't budged since 2003. 75% of female employees say that they face a glass ceiling, a career bottleneck, and little opportunity for advancement. Now, a recent US study showed that women entered their business careers with the wind in their sails, expecting to achieve the same career advancement as men, but over time they lost confidence in their ability to contest managerial positions and simply stopped trying. This may be one reason why a particular article caught my eye in the New York Times. And did you know, my lords, that there are more men called John than there are women running America's largest companies? I kid you not. Now, back to the UK. Women on average earn 20% less than men. They bear the main burden of child rearing and elderly parent care. But while the pay gap, as we've heard, has almost disappeared for young women working full-time, there is a much bigger pay gap for women in their 40s and older. This suggests that some employers are inflicting a motherhood penalty, as Claire Enders described it in her Women at Work report, and we've heard about this from Baroness Kidron, and she would no doubt agree with me. Put bluntly, it appears that professional women of a certain age are simply sidelined. Now, next Wednesday, we will have an opportunity to try and help close the gender pay gap by supporting an amendment to the Small Business Bill and ask larger businesses to publish differences between men and women's pay. Now, there's also another factor at play for women. I call it an aspirational gap, with too few successful role models to learn from and gain confidence from. This is also true globally, where more than 126 million women entrepreneurs were running businesses in 67 economies in 2012. Now, while many of these businesses were small and started out of necessity, in every single economy, women reported worse perceptions of their own abilities than men and a greater fear of failure, which means that support networks and mentoring are as important globally as they are in the UK, and on a par with access to seed funding. Now, I was fortunate to pursue my career in book publishing, an industry that pioneered promoting women to top positions. My generation felt they did break through a glass ceiling, often propelled by the memory of growing up with their mother's thwarted ambitions. But recently, publishing has been wondering why all the senior women who have retired or left the industry have been replaced by men. With women very well represented on boards and at divisional level, why aren't they any longer the CEOs? Now, corporations really do have to consider what structural and cultural barriers are still preventing women from reaching the top, and what training and help needs to be put in place beyond any targets to achieve a fair and dynamic spread of talents. When I became CEO in 1991, it was common for women to feign illness when a family matter interrupted work. But what better excuse than a child's event at school, I would say? A meeting can be rescheduled, a childhood cannot. Businesses simply have to become more flexible, both practically and in terms of attitude, in order to benefit both parents. Now, I have mentored several young women in the media. They were all stunningly gifted and ambitious, but after the first 20 minutes of discussing their professional situation, the conversation always turned to work-life balance and how on earth would they cope. So it is right that we reflect on the availability of good childcare, company culture, and lack of flexibility. Now, I too am influenced, as we've heard from Baroness Brady, by Sheryl Sandberg, whose book Lean In I published in the UK 2 years ago exactly. Sheryl identifies aspiration and confidence as pivotal qualities for women, and the extent to which sometimes women's awareness of career pitfalls ahead leads them to unconsciously limit their ambition. And when I speak to young women in schools, confidence comes up time and time again. These students are intelligent and feisty, but the world of executive achievement is often as distant from their reality as a show they might watch on television. Now, one initiative that has been beneficial to young women was pioneered at the Women of the World Festival at the South Bank, which takes place again this weekend. And we've already heard from Baroness Dean how important this event is and how grateful we are that BBC Woman's Hour are now recording it. But what I'm talking about, what happens every year at this event, is called speed mentoring, where problems are discussed with young women and their mentors in 10-minute intervals to really astonishing success. But we also have to recognise that while some women are struggling to climb up the ladder, others are fighting to get on it at all. It is a particular problem for low-skilled women, where lack of confidence and education relegates them to low-paid work. The rising cost of childcare also prohibits them from working, even when work is available. The cost, for example, of nursery places has gone up a staggering 30% since 2010. Now, one important reason for low aspirations and lack of confidence is poor literacy. A woman who can read confidently can better find a job, keep records, and complete a training course. She can help her children with their homework and learn how to protect her health. Whether in the UK or internationally, there is precious little opportunity to escape poverty without the ability to comprehend the written word. And as we heard earlier from Baroness Bottomley, of the 781 million adults globally who cannot read, 2/3 are women. But an educated girl will contribute 90% of her income to her family, compared to 40% from men, and she will be more likely to insist on her own daughter's education. The charity plan points out that 1 extra year of girls' education boosts wages by 20%, and as we heard from Baroness Nye, it also reduces infant mortality by the same amount. And yet, global education on its own will not solve all women's economic challenges. A UN report showed that unemployment rates among university-educated women in Turkey was 3 times higher than among similarly educated men, and in Saudi Arabia, 8 times higher. Education and literacy are crucial for women, but they cannot compensate alone for discriminatory attitudes. As we look forward to celebrating International Women's Day, let us remember how much more there is to do, both in terms of legislation, but also in terms of attitude. And if we do, women will be a transformative force in the world. And I'm going to leave you with the words of 15-year-old Priya speaking to the charity plan, who, for me at least, powerfully expresses women's potential. Because I am a girl, says Priya, every man in the corporate world puts a glass ceiling over my head. But because I am a girl, I have the power to shatter it.
My Lords, I add my thanks to my noble friend Baroness Joly for introducing this debate so well, and also for giving us the opportunity to hear some quite astonishing speeches. I would like to start by congratulating the 5 brave men who have spoken in this debate, and what a pleasure it was to hear them. But also, my Lords, I have been sitting here reflecting on what an astonishing collection of women we have heard from today in this House. Hugely high-achieving women, absolutely remarkable accounts of their thoughts and their lives. And as I was listening to them, one thought suddenly came to me. Let us suppose that on these benches, instead of those of us who are here sitting on these benches, for each one of us was replaced by our mother. How many of our mothers would have been able to have the opportunities to achieve the things that we have achieved? And yet it was their strength and their teaching which made us who we are. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak in this debate, and it will surprise no one that I would like to talk about the role of education in women's empowerment. But it is the quality and reach of its education, on the quality and reach of its education, that the prosperity of every nation depends. I am personally very proud to have been the person who ran one of the first 2 access courses for women into higher education nearly 50 years ago, back in the 1960s. We've come a long way, have we not, from those days when now it is taken for granted that women attend university in equal numbers to men, and in some cases more so. But in those days it was a very small proportion, as the noble lady has already said, 6% I think it was back in those days. There is much to celebrate in what is happening today. We have come a long way, and a great deal has been accomplished in recent years. And I'd like to talk about some of that good news in a moment. But I'd also like to pause for a moment to pay tribute to the many splendid women who have fought the good fight for women and girls to be properly educated in times past, and on whose shoulders we now stand. Without their courage and determination, the huge contribution which women today bring to the economy, about which we've heard much today, none of that would have been seen. First of all, I think of London in 1848, when the famous pair, Miss Beale and Miss Bush, names to conjure with, started up the Queen's College School for Girls. In higher education, my own British hero is Emily Davis, the doughty woman who fought the 19th century prejudice and chauvinism of Cambridge University to found Girton College, my happy home as an undergraduate many years ago. Emily believed that the equality she sought could only be achieved if no concessions were made on the grounds of gender. The girls who came to her fledgling college were to be admitted on the same criteria as the men, were to take the same examinations and within the same time scale. Time and again she was offered compromise to the demanding standards which men at the university had to meet. But time and again she said no lower entry requirements, no longer time scale to reach finals, no watered down, easier examinations. My lords, I'm on Emily Davis's side. I strongly believe that offering concessions to women because they're women, whether through quotas, targets or distorted shortlists, is not equality, and it perpetuates the myth that women are second class and can only achieve if they're given special treatment. But around the world, as we have been hearing today, the struggle for women's education is still being fought. We've been humbled by the courage of Malala in Afghanistan, seeking to benefit equal access to education for girls at huge personal cost, and inspired by the work of women like Sheikha Moza and Sheikha bint Saif, who have pioneered good education for the girls and women of the Middle East. So where do we stand in Britain today? And what have the current coalition's policies brought about for the girls and women in education? There is good news to report. If women are to take their full part in the economy of the future, it's essential that more of them achieve in the hard subjects of science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and other noble lords have mentioned these subjects' importance. I'm therefore particularly pleased to see the rise of girls in the STEM subjects. Since the government introduced the EBAC, the number of girls taking science and maths at A-level has increased by no less than 12%, and the number taking maths and the separate sciences of physics and chemistry has steadily increased year on year ever since 2010. This good news is part of the hugely successful increase in the overall number of pupils taking maths and science subjects at A-level. An increase of 13% in maths, 21% in further maths, 16% increase in physics, 17% in biology, 6% in chemistry. More girls than ever are taking A-level chemistry and physics, while at GCSE the number of girls taking chemistry, for example, has almost doubled since 2009, from something over 37,000 to something over 63,000 now. And that is indeed good news. We have much reason to thank the former Secretary of State, Michael Gove, for his insistence on a broad, balanced and rigorous curriculum, which has brought about this much-needed change. The young women who've achieved in this new range of tough subjects will be well equipped to take their part in a world economy which depends so much on technology and its supporting sciences. But, my lords, it's not only in academic achievements that the government has succeeded in bringing girls into success for themselves and for the national economy. Our economy will depend just as much on those qualified through apprenticeships as on those who go on to university. The little recognised success of this government in this field is tremendous. Since 2009-10, the number of female apprenticeships has increased by a magnificent 70%. And within those numbers, those starting apprenticeships in engineering and manufacturing has increased threefold. Here my glass is half full, and I think my noble friend Lord Storey's glass was rather half empty in these facts, but I do rejoice in the good news that there is here. Indeed, it is particularly rewarding to note that in 2013-14, almost 53% of all young people starting apprenticeships were female. I cannot adequately express the pleasure I feel at this news. I feel immensely proud of the government's record in bringing real change in the ambitions and prospects of young women through apprenticeship training. In the academic higher education route, the story is also encouraging. The number of UK women students entering universities here in this country has increased from 188,000+ in 2010 to 197,000+ in 2014, an increase of about 9,000. Adding in the numbers from the rest of the EU and overseas, the number of women students entering our British universities has increased since 2010 by almost 20,000. This in spite of dire predictions that the increase in fees would drive down the number of women willing to pursue a university education. It's also encouraging to look at the recent report on academic staff in universities by Amy Norton, the Senior HE Policy Advisor in the Higher Education Funding Council. Her report shows that women academics are now almost 47% of full-time teaching and research staff. This has been increasing steadily in recent years, up around 4,000 just in the last 3 years. At senior, especially Vice-Chancellor level, however, the men still dominate, and this is a particular sadness to me, as I don't know whether I say I'm proud, but was pleased to be the first appointed woman Executive Vice-Chancellor in the UK, and I had hoped that after me the floodgates would open and there would be many more. It has not happened that way. When we look at the place of women in the state teaching force, however, the picture is more mixed. At primary level, 81% of all primary teachers are female, and many carry leadership roles below the head. 71% of primary heads are female. At the secondary level, the picture is much more stark. While 62% of all secondary teachers are female, only 32% of secondary heads are women. Women are still finding it difficult to scale the steep-sided pyramid. Perhaps the women of the future will right the imbalance which leaves so many talented and professionally skilled women who could contribute so much to the quality of our schools, lacking the recognition that they should achieve. In conclusion, my lords, I celebrate the achievements of this government's policies in what has been achieved for girls and women, in enabling and empowering them to take a full part in the economic future of this country. With more women skilled and fully equipped to play an even bigger role, I believe the world of the future will be a better place.
Thank you. It is always a joy and a privilege to take part in this annual Women's Day debate. And it always goes off in marvellous and unpredictable directions. A byproduct of this wonderful debate today is a strong call for more memorial statues to women, to Sylvia Pankhurst indeed, and to underline my noble friend Baroness Dean's strong call for the SOE women of the Second World War and more recognition for them. And it gives me a chance to tell the House and to report back to the House that after our debate here some years ago on the SOE, I'm delighted to tell members of this House that we managed to raise a statue to the SOE women in Tempsford, which was by the airfield that they flew out from in the Second World War on their highly dangerous missions. So we raised the statue to them, and much thanks goes to Tazi Hussein and the Council of Tempsford, and to His Royal Highness Prince Charles, who unveiled it last year. My Lords, despite much progress outlined very effectively by the noble Baroness Joly, women's equality today in the world is as stable as Madonna's footwear at the O2 Arena last week. It's really not that gender equality is so much unfinished business, it's that the business has barely started to serve its worldwide customers. As my noble friend Baroness Gould has said, in December 2014, the highly respected World Economic Forum released their Global Gender Gap Report, showing that the UK had slipped from 18th to 26th in the world for gender equality. Perhaps the noble lady, the Minister, when she is replying to the debate, could share with us what she thinks about these worrying conclusions. Yes, there is the good news, of course. As the World Bank review recently stated, women's participation globally in the labour market has, since 1980, increased sharply over time at each level of income, showing that more women are now engaged in economic activity outside the home than ever before. Indeed, here in the UK, in the last quarter of 2014, 68% of women aged between 16 and 64 were in employment. As the ONS put it, the highest since comparable records began in 1971. Although, my Lords, much of this, according to the House of Lords Library, reflects the ongoing changes to the state pension age for women, resulting in fewer women retiring between the ages of 60 and 65. However, there is also the bad news. Employment gaps globally between men and women continue to persist well into the 21st century, as the ILO has emphasised in its recent data on the subject, stating that women continue to suffer from lower rates of employment, are less likely to participate in the labour force, and face higher risks of very vulnerable employment. In the UK too, as well as large gaps in access to employment between men and women, and that's according to the European Commission, we are also sent data from Unite the Union that the gender gap between men and women in their 20s has doubled in the last 3 years, and the rise between men and women in their 30s, and there is a rise now between men and women in their 30s. So this is becoming a youth problem. On average, women are still earning just 81p for every male pound, despite the 46 years that have passed since the T&G women at Ford's at Dagenham first went out on strike for equal pay, and the 30 years that passed since they finally achieved it. My Lords, if we look at part-time working, taken up by 42% of all working women in the UK, we see it is an area where women earn over 1/3 less than their full-time equivalents. And I would like to ask the noble lady, the Minister, if she thinks that it is time that large companies are required by law to publish the average hourly pay of men and women in their workforce to expose this continued pay gap. Many of us in this House certainly do. My Lords, our colleagues on the coalition benches may say to me, "Oh, why so gloomy? Look, for instance, at the number of women starting their own businesses in this country." Indeed, we have heard powerful testimony from Baroness Howells about the challenges for black women going into business on their own. And yes, the good news is that in 2014, 1.4 million women were in self-employment in the UK. Let us rejoice at that. And in the last 5 years, the number of self-employed women has increased by 34%. But as Baroness Mubarak has told us, the top 3 sectors for women going into self-employment are those golden oldies that we all know, that don't have too much gold at the end of the rainbow, my Lords. Cleaning, childminding and hairdressing. Important, of course, and necessary businesses, but businesses that have not traditionally made a big impression on the pay gap. What more can the noble lady, the Minister, tell us about the government's plans to assist women both financially and in terms of training in order to expand women's opportunities for those women who wish to go into self-employment in this country? Across the world, the picture of women's participation in entrepreneurship varies, of course, markedly. And according to the 2012 figures by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, they go from 1% of women in Pakistan to over 40% of women in Zambia engaged in entrepreneurship activity. Could the noble lady, the Minister, tell the House what priority DFID gives to the encouragement of women into self-employment globally? The International Women's Day theme this year, as has been said, is Make It Happen. And for us, that must mean making it happen for the most vulnerable women in society. In the UK, according to the Resolution Foundation, 1 in 4 women are now earning less than the living wage. Many of those are in the caring professions. Why is it not possible for the government to match Labour's proposal to support families on low pay by raising the minimum wage to £8? Not only giving 3.9 million low-paid women a pay rise, but also making their place in the labour market far more stable. As a member of the Rural Task Force that feeds into the Prime Minister's challenge on dementia, I often engage with carers and managers, and while the proposed introduction of care certificate, the new care certificate for newly appointed healthcare assistants and social care workers is to be welcomed, the issue of low pay in this sector, as has been pointed out by several noble lords this afternoon, the issue of low pay in this caring sector cannot be left to one side. Such staff in this sector provide some of the most personal and fundamental support for people with dementia, people who deserve the best possible care. In conclusion, my lords, may I add that if we are to continue working towards women's economic empowerment, both at home and abroad, the last thing this country needs is to come out of the European Union. My lords, Farage is a feminist issue. The EU is not only the UK's largest economic market, it's also the union that helped establish standards for working men and women in their rights at work. And having worked myself many years ago with colleagues to bring about the 1992 maternity leave directive from Europe, I would not want to see women in the UK lose out on future rights at work by withdrawal from the European Union. I hope Cathy Lett will forgive me if I steal one of her jokes to make a point. No wife ever shot her husband while he was vacuuming the living room carpet? My Lords, because of our membership, be patient with me on this one, because of our membership of the EU today, we can say, perhaps less pithily, no wife ever shot her husband while he was on paid paternity leave. In other words, of course, progress has been made, both nationally and internationally, and we all recognise that in this House today. But the work has to be relentlessly pursued, nationally and internationally.
I suppose on Baroness Kerry's arithmetic, I am the 7th of the brave men who have actually participated in this debate, and looking at the list, the last. This has been a very good debate, as indeed the debate last year was. I particularly enjoyed, if I may say so, the speech by Baroness Greenfield. I thought it made a lot of very important points, and I declare an interest as the High Steward of Cambridge University, and although some of her remarks related specifically to Oxford, they had resonance with me and with the Cambridge experience. And incidentally, the Baroness made reference to the L'Oreal scholarships, and I heard only actually this afternoon that the scholarships this year are going to include the presentation, or have included, to Dame Carol Robinson at Oxford University, the Professor of Chemistry there, and she's come out top of the poll on a Europe-wide judgment, not just in terms of the UK. So that is excellent. My Lords, in 2003, a long time ago, there was the World Bank report on gender equality, and I'd like to just read its conclusion. Gender inequality, which remains pervasive worldwide, tends to lower the productivity of labour and the efficiency of labour allocation in households and in the economy, intensifying the unequal distribution of resources. It also contributes to the non-monetary aspects of poverty, lack of security, of opportunity and empowerment, that lower the quality of life for both men and women. While women and girls bear the largest and most direct costs of these inequalities, the costs cut broadly across society, ultimately hindering development and poverty reduction. Well, here we are, 2015, and we're invited to take note in this good debate of women's economic empowerment and the progress in achieving it that has been made in the UK and internationally. And we've heard a number of excellent examples of real progress. But I want to strike a slightly different note. Progress has been made, but depending on how we measure it, there are still a lot of very alarming signs. In February, the Sunday Times covered an OECD report which in its turn highlighted one critical area for the United Kingdom and its comparison internationally, which makes gloomy reading. Namely, that when it comes to performance of girls in the UK in the sciences, and I quote, we have one of the biggest gender gaps in the whole world. The OECD report identified that of the 67 countries measured by the internationally recognised PISA tests, the UK was in the bottom 5, just above Colombia and equal with Costa Rica. PISA focused on the 13% difference in science between boys and girls with the UK, in the UK, compared with an average 1% difference across the 67 countries. It raises the question, and we've heard other people have raised it. Are girls inherently less competent in maths and science? Preposterous idea. Not according to the OECD, not that it's not preposterous, but that it is preposterous, because their report is adamant that there can be and is no biological reason for girls to do badly in science. And Professor Brian Cox, who we see on television frequently, was also reported by the Sunday Times as saying that girls are, for the United Kingdom and science and the economy, a great reservoir of untapped talent. but why untapped? The broadcaster quotes a lady who read engineering at Cambridge 35 years ago, when she was indeed one of the very few women reading engineering at the university at that time. She then said apparently to this report that she thought not much had changed. Well, I'm afraid I have to really disagree with that, because certainly engineering at Cambridge is an extraordinary story. It is now the largest department in the whole university, and as many people know, it's led by Dame Anne Darling, who's an outstanding engineer and also a very successful businesswoman. And the numbers registering for engineering in Cambridge are indeed quite decisive. The numbers now reading mechanical engineering have risen by 18% in the recent period, and electrical engineering 27%, and in both cases these percentage increases are much greater than those recorded by men. The House of Lords committee that recently reported on the UK's digital future, I think, clarifies the issues involved a lot further, and it is also alarming. It found that increasing the number of women working in information technology could generate an extra £2.6 billion each year, good for the UK, good for growth. But the facts are that under 30% of this country's IT workforce is female, under 30%. Women make up only 6% of the engineering workforce, despite what I've said about Cambridge, and only 15.5% of the STEM workforce. And then an extraordinary statistic. Of the 4,000 students taking computer science at A-level, less than 100 are girls. Less than 100 are girls. Why? The key conclusion seems to be that girls are disheartened because STEM occupations are seen by them as male-dominated, which of course they are. Another finding is that some feel that the subjects are boring compared with social studies, art studies, history of art studies, education and design. If you read the Country Life magazine, in many ways the most excellent magazine, you will see that it features a full-page photograph each week of eligible young ladies soon to be married. They all have daunting names, I have to say. If you read, however, the small print under the glamorous photographs, what is so striking is that overwhelmingly those depicted above are described as having got degrees or studying for degrees in subjects such as art history, social studies, all soft subjects. I think Country Life has got the wrong role models. And I was glad to see that the current edition, actually the lady concerned is apparently reading biology, so that's something. The fact is that not only is Britain and business in Britain wasting a huge talent pool, it is also that so many individuals are really denying themselves opportunities, intellectual fulfillment, and, of course, superior financial rewards. One further dimension, well expressed in this House of Lords digital report. If IT is our second industrial revolution, it sadly will not replicate Britain's commanding lead in the first. As one witness expressed to the committee, the kind of innovation we are getting relies on the whole on young men with narrow engineering degrees thinking about the future. It then continues, if we want a creative IT industry, we need a diverse workforce, Now, creativity, as we all know, is the key to a competitive future. But let's also recognize, while congratulating ourselves on some progress that's been made, that the greater involvement of women in the STEM industries is crucial to this country's competitive survival and success.
My Lord, I'd like to thank the noble lady, Lady Jolly, for introducing this debate and for the manner in which she did so. Today, I think it appropriate to celebrate what has been achieved by previous generations of women, their courage and their persistence. Of course, much remains to be done, and we have been reminded of that in the debate, the marvellous debate that we've had this afternoon. But 100 years ago, women did not have the vote. It took campaigns and much suffering, including terms in prison, before that was eventually achieved. It pains me when I hear some young women say that they won't vote, and to hear them oppose any form of political involvement. We should remind people that equal pay was achieved in law in this country by women's organisation, and after those wonderful women employed by the Ford Motor Company came out on strike for it and eventually achieved it in law, even though, of course, we have heard today that far too many women are still working in low-paid employment. But we should be proud of the fact that we live in a welfare society. Child benefit, maternity leave and other provisions have all been achieved as a result of campaigns mostly organised by women and by their unions. In this context, I would like to recall a member of this House who sadly died recently and was referred to by Baroness Jolly in her introduction, and that is Baroness Platt of Writtle, who was chair of the Equal Opportunities Commission at a time when I was a member. She was herself an engineer at a time when it was not thought a suitable occupation for women to be engineers. She campaigned for what is known as the WISE campaign by the Equal Opportunities Commission, Women into Science and Engineering. We had some success. We went round and we talked to schools, and we also talked to parents to try to persuade them that training in science and engineering was a suitable career for women. And I must say that following the campaign that was introduced, women have emerged in science and in engineering in a way that would not have been possible had we not had our campaign. And a great deal was owed to the leadership we had from the noble Baroness Platt of Writtle. But there is another development that bothers me greatly, and I feel that I should refer to it. I'm referring to the recent disappearance of young girls, 15 and 16 years old, to join the Islamists in Syria. The newspapers say that around 60 young women have made a similar trip. My lords, do they realise what they are doing? The ideology which they are joining treats women not as individuals at all, but individuals not entitled to any kind of human rights at all. The extremist culture involves FGM, female genital mutilation, and although we have made it against the law in this country, we still haven't had any successful prosecutions. To oppose the extremist ideology is not, I may say, to be anti-Muslim in any way. I know a great many women who are Muslim who are opposed to this inequalities and this kind of terrible ideology. I'm referring, of course, to a committee, an international committee, which many members of your Lordship's House have supported from time to time. This is the committee concerned, mostly based from by refugees, mostly from Iran, and led by a woman, Madame Rajani, who is based in France. The campaign is for equality. And again, you have to admire the women who, in a culture which is certainly not pro-women, in a culture they are campaigning and continue to campaign for equality.
I and others have supported him and continue to do so. And I think that it's right that on a day like this we should say, these are the people you should support, the people who are in difficult circumstances, nevertheless who struggle and campaign for equality. I would like again to thank the Noble Baroness Jolly for introducing this debate, and for the women who have participated. What they have said to us, I think we can all very well support. We say there should be more attention paid to women who need support, and we have to press ahead with our campaigns in the way that we have done, and we will continue to do so. So thank you again to Baroness Jolly and for the report and for the way in which she has introduced this debate.
My Lords, I do wish to just make my apologies to my noble friend Baroness Turner for standing in her place. My Lords, as a member of the House of Lords in 1999, March the 8th, the first woman, I believe, to call for a debate on the International Women's Day, very unfashionably, I feel deep pride to take part in this now well-established honourable practice of celebrating women's advancement to mark International Women's Day. I wish to make 2 points in the gap. My Lords, if economic empowerment is a definition to make decisions and to make things happen, then despite much of the progress rightly noted by noble lords, we have giant leaps yet to take. As some of the most powerful and respected women leaders present in your Lordship's House will know, that the economic emancipation and opportunity remains far out of reach of majority of Asian women, lying at the very wrong end of statistics with regards lacking in employment, education, political participation, and indeed too many minority women lacking in opportunities to mainstream lives and economic empowerment. I am truly impatient, my Lords, about the pace of change. So may I ask the Noble Minister how the government intends to make it happen to bridge the gap between women and women of colour, as stated by my noble friend Lady Howells, who are, after all, also citizens. In many, the second point I wish to make, my Lords, is about violence against women. And in many regions in the past 50 years, women's status has improved markedly. However, violence against women and girls remain a global phenomenon and historically and currently hidden, ignored and accepted in many parts of our world. Child sexual abuse has remained a silent shame. Rape is often a matter of stigma for the victims rather than the perpetrator. Violence in the home is still considered domestic, despite being a crime. And as it unfolds slowly, the full extent of abuse of children within our institutions and across our communities even greater, with multiple differing forms of violence around the world, have become ever more difficult to counteract. My Lords, no magic wand will eliminate violence against women and girls, but evidence tells us that change in attitudes and behaviours are possible and can be achieved within less than a generation if we are certain in our determination to root it out. It requires many responses, but also to provide adequate funds, including for refugees in UK and globally through our international development funds internationally, particularly to encourage governments to support women who have been raped in conflicts and wars, as is being supported and done by Bangladesh government. Violence against women, my Lord, and girls is not just another women's issue, but it is a public health and development matters of concerns to us all. Its elimination should be part of the post-2015 Sustainable Development Goals, just as the elimination of apartheid was an important goal of the 1970s and 1980s for the world community. Finally, if I may also add my tribute to that of Noble Baroness Brinton to the work of Grameen and its impact on women's economic empowerment. As I do, I also would like to draw the attention of the House to the remarkable work of Sir Fazle Abed and BRAC, the largest NGOs in the world, now operating from Bangladesh in 69 countries for its 43 years program of economic empowerment of women in Bangladesh. It's an amazing example to the world if we need to follow effective women entrepreneurs and empowerment model. Thank you.
The message today on International Women's Day 2015 is empowering women. And I too congratulate Baroness Joly on securing this important debate. Empowering women means giving them the practical tools to escape poverty and prejudice. Because if you look around the world, including here in Britain, a baby girl's life chances are disadvantaged in comparison to her brothers at almost every turn. And once she becomes a woman, the disadvantage becomes entrenched. Now, Baroness Joly opened by giving examples of how investing in women yields radically better results than investing in men. Baroness Gould gave the example of how spending £1 on vulnerable women here in the UK saves £3.57 later on. Baroness Brinton quoted Kofi Annan on this point, who said there is no more effective tool in development than investment in women. The Bishop of Derby quoted Goldman Sachs to show scientifically that investing in women benefits society economically. Indeed, all those who spoke powerfully about the international development aspect of this debate, such as Baroness Bottomley, Baroness Hussein Eki, and my noble friends Baroness Armstrong and Lord Boateng, among many others, all said we must invest in women. So that's fantastic that there is no disagreement. There is complete cross-party consensus that we must do that. Everyone has agreed, from the government minister to former cabinet ministers on both sides of this House to every backbencher. Everyone's agreed on the clear, indisputable fact that investing in women boosts the economy and benefits society. I applaud those international development programmes funded by this government, some of which Baroness Joly outlined, which invest in women. My question is this: why does the government disproportionately advantage women in its overseas programmes, yet disproportionately disadvantage women in its domestic programmes? There's an avalanche of data that shows this coalition government domestically is doing exactly what it decries internationally. Instead of following the common sense strategy that everyone here has supported, including government ministers, and putting money into women's pockets, the government has systematically taken money out of women's pockets. Independent research from the House of Commons Library shows that over the course of this Parliament, a staggering 85% of cash raised from tax and benefits changes has come straight from women's pockets. It's a figure that was quoted also by the Bishop of Derby. 85%. It is truly staggering. And it's not all, because according to the respected Institute for Fiscal Studies, the group hardest hit by the coalition government's choices are families with children. So the government's choices are not, sadly, delivering women's economic empowerment. Quite the opposite. They are not benefiting women and children. The government's own figures show that, for example, in terms of some of its reform policies in benefits, 2/3 of those hit by the bedroom tax are women. And, you know, it's easy to go on. The majority of those on 0 hours contracts, which the government refuses to ban, are women. The majority of those earning the minimum wage are women. And while Labour will increase that minimum wage to £8 per hour, the government won't. The government won't listen to its own advice on increasing women's incomes. And the government packages this ongoing wealth transfer away from women as benefits reform, deregulation, cutting red tape, liberalising the labour market, value for money. The point is, either the government do not undertake gender impact assessments or they ignore them. So here are 5 key changes the government could make immediately that would transform women's lives. 1, close the gender gap, increase the minimum wage to £8 per hour and ban exploitative 0-hour contracts. 2, improve maternity and paternity provision and provide affordable childcare, because as ministers will be aware, under this government, childcare costs have increased 30%. 3, do far more to protect women from violence, most often sexual violence. Again, the facts are shocking. Despite a rise in reported rapes, prosecutions for rape are down 14%. Give women the power to challenge discrimination. Number 4, face facts. Since the government introduced tribunal fees, and this is one of the very saddest statistics of all that has been raised, but since those tribunal fees were introduced, claims for sex discrimination have fallen by 91%. It's not possible to put a price on justice and not realise that that price will be paid. And here it is clearly being paid by women. And 5thly, empower the next generation. Stop channeling girls into low-paid work. So much of this is bound up with cultural barriers, as illustrated by Baroness Greenfield, Baroness Brady, Baroness Rebuck, Baroness Perry, Baroness Kidron, Baroness Mubarak, and Baroness Crawley, among others. And I'm sorry I can't mention every single peer in this debate, although I am doing my very best. And also my noble friends Baroness Howells and Baroness Uden raised the obstacles facing BAME women. So what everyone's saying is give girls and women a level playing field, and this theme was taken up by IMF Managing Director Christine Lagarde. And now, the IMF isn't known for its bleeding heart liberalism. Christine Lagarde says nations should remove laws that prevent women from working in order to increase the female labour supply and boost economy. She says in too many countries, too many legal restrictions conspire against women to be economically active. In a world in search of growth, and that's our holy grail, isn't it? We all want growth. Women will help find it if they face a level playing field instead of an insidious conspiracy. Now, here in the UK, it's not insidious conspiracy, it's insidious complacency. And this brings me on to our very own gender pay gap. And I am going to focus the majority of my remarks on this subject, mainly because it's not that it's the single most important subject, but it is the single most important subject we're debating today that will be up for a vote here in this House next week. So I hope my noble peers will understand that I focus my remarks in this area. And I want to highlight a campaign begun by Harriet Harman and Gloria Di Piero and taken up magnificently, I have to say, by the women's magazine Grazia into pay transparency and closing the pay gap. So since Grazia launched this campaign, they've heard from countless women who are paid less simply because of their gender. One told how she managed a creative department at an ad agency, and looking at the salary information, she was staggered to see an obvious wage differential between the male and the female employees. Another woman described her horror at discovering that the man who was employed to take over on her maternity leave was paid more than her while she was on maternity leave. And when she confronted her boss about this, she was told the man, who incidentally was less qualified than she was told he was paid more because he had to support his family. Ellie, 36 years old, a former investment banker, only discovered she was getting paid £5,000 less than a male colleague when he let it slip himself. Ellie says, "We were identical in performance, age, level, experience, everything. Even he supposed we were paid the same." Ellie says, "I confronted my boss, but he warned me that pay was confidential and couldn't be discussed. I'd already been given a higher offer by a rival bank, so I offered my resignation there and then." Asher, 55, ex-director of an investment bank, long suspected her pay wasn't keeping up with that of her male colleagues, but she couldn't get her bosses to admit the difference, let alone begin to redress the balance. They would insist I was at the top of my pay grade and tell me to keep it up, but despite working harder and longer than my male counterparts, my pay plateaued. It took her £60,000 and 16 months to reach an out-of-court settlement with her former employer. But that's time and money most women just don't have. And those are the women, the 91% drop, who can't bring these claims anymore. So women's ability to achieve economic empowerment is being cut away from under them. And that's why transparency is the answer. And incidentally, a very cheap answer. I understand why members on the benches opposite probably don't agree with our view in the official opposition that we should increase the minimum wage to £8 per hour. I can understand it's a different worldview. Fine. But in terms of this pay transparency, it doesn't cost anything, and it really is unforgivable not to bring it in. But as the ex-director, Asher, of the investment bank said, who got the money back by taking legal action, why would the turkeys vote for Christmas? Transparency has to be legally enforced with repercussions for not doing so. Shannon, and this is my favourite example possibly, Shannon, 25, who works in advertising, got an end-of-year bonus, which was a £100 Liberties voucher. Guess what her male equivalent got in the same job as an end-of-year bonus? He didn't get a £100 Liberty voucher. He got £2,000 hard cash. My lords, these examples of blatant pay discrimination are going on right now, today, this hour, this minute, in Britain. And we've got a way to remedy them. I'm only going to mention one more, and there are so many others, but I'm only going to mention one more. Donna, 38, was a PR director from Yorkshire, and she explained, I got a job at a PR firm in London, and after a year I was promoted to account manager. At this point, they employed another account manager to work alongside me with the same experience. The only difference, he was a bloke. I was stunned when over lunch he told me he was earning over 30% more than me. Now, Donna approached her bosses for a rise, but still didn't get enough to match her male colleague's salary. Donna says, and I would really like noble lords to understand what this means, the implication of what Donna's saying here. Donna said, I know I could have sued for sex discrimination, but I didn't want to rock the boat so early in my career. All I wanted was to be paid fairly. And this is the point. Women aren't asking for charity. They're just asking not to be blatantly, systematically discriminated against just because they're women. So I asked the government benches opposite, what are you going to do to deliver the pay transparency that would help all these women and hundreds of thousands like them up and down the country? When the amendment on pay transparency comes up next week, so ably championed by my noble friend Baroness Thornton and others in this House, including Baroness Crawley, who will you side with? Will you side with Donna, Asher, Shannon and Ellie, who are being discriminated against just because they're women? Or will you side, as you're currently saying you're going to do today, will you side with the employees who refuse to pay them the same just because they're women? It is a simple choice. And I make no apology for getting quite angry about this, because, my lords, it is a scandal. And what's more, it's a scandal that you could right. And you could do that fairly easily. We're the people in Parliament who have a voice. Donna, Asher, Shannon, Ellie, they don't have a voice here. As Baroness Crawley was saying, and Baroness Dean was saying, we have that voice. We need to make that change. And the vote is next Wednesday. The amendment is to the Small Business Bill and implements Section 78 of the Equality Act 2010, which enables government to make regulations requiring companies employing 250 people or more to publish information on the differences of pay between men and women. Now, granted, it's the very beginning. It doesn't help the women working in smaller companies, some of whom I just mentioned their cases, but it's a start. It's 44 years since the Equal Pay Act was passed, and here we have clear evidence that the law is being broken day in, day out, to the detriment not just of women, but by the government's own logic, to our economy as well. And I just would like to ask, how much longer do we want to wait? And I echo the comments of Lord Graham of Edmonton, who said we should be proud of the progress we've made. And we have made incredible progress. And I remember that when I think of my grandmother, who was Uncle Ted, as I call Lord Graham's, auntie. Uncle Ted is my cousin, is my mum's first cousin. And Uncle Ted's auntie and my gran being one and the same woman, worked in a cigarette factory. She left school, Jenny left school at 13. She worked in a cigarette factory. And do you know what her job was? Her job was picking cigarettes off the conveyor belt at intervals and dragging on them to check if they were dragging properly. Literally the definition of a dead-end job. So I know we've made progress, and I'm grateful for everything the Labour Party has done, and it has predominantly been the Labour Party, but the government has done some good things as well, here and there. I admit I can't think of any off the top of my head, but you will have done. You have, because to be fair, we all in this House think that the instances of clear pay discrimination that I've just described are unacceptable. We all think of that. So I appeal to Baroness Jenkins, who described her family's extraordinary heritage in championing women's rights. Your grandparents would surely be dismayed to see such blatant sex discrimination going unchecked. Maybe the noble Baroness could champion this. I appeal to Baroness Bottomley. The noble lady surely has the clout. I know she has the decency, but surely she has the clout to get the government to make this simple change. Baroness Bottomley said, our job is to make life so much better for other women. I appeal to Baroness Brady, who also, in her speech, said, our job is to give women the tools. And this is the point. Pay transparency is just a tool. It's not even giving them any money. It's giving them a tool. It's not charity. It's not expensive. The government benches surely have a teeny bit of influence, a smidgen, a soupçon, a crumb. Not a single one of the members opposite can think what's going on is acceptable. In summary, then, I'm only asking the Minister 2 questions. I don't expect the Minister to answer the first. I would be sincerely grateful if the noble lady, the Minister, would answer the second. 1, how can it be right to push money into women's pockets overseas but take money out of women's pockets at home? 2, will the Minister agree to lobby the government to make a concession and support pay transparency next week in this House? It's clear that women's economic empowerment is intertwined with women's social, psychological, physical and cultural empowerment, and I'm sorry that I haven't been able to comment on all the fantastic speeches that touched on the cultural and educational aspects we need to improve. But it shows that you can't disentangle economic empowerment and place it neatly in a box. But the least you could do is empower women and pay them the same as we pay men.
My Lords, the debates in the House of Lords for International Women's Day are always outstanding, and this has been no exception. As the noble Lady Baroness Crawley said, it's gone off in wonderful directions, and I was very pleased that the noble Lady Baroness King did say that there was clear agreement on so much of our debate, which then seemed to go off in another direction. But I'm delighted to attempt to respond to contributions which have covered a very wide range of topics and themes from both men and women. And, my Lords, any hope of ending gender inequality will only be achieved with the active involvement of men. The noble Lady Baroness Greenfield, the Right Reverend Bishop of Derby, my noble friend Lord Storey and others have spoken of men as the agents of change for gender equality. And at this 20th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the UN will be marking the He for She campaign. My personal experience mirrors that of some of other speakers. My noble friend Baroness Perry spoke of our mothers being on these benches, and I was reminded that my mother achieved a first at Cambridge in the 1930s, but never became a graduate. It was not until 1948 that Cambridge accepted that its women students were members of the university and awarded them degrees. And, of course, what is more, she had to resign from the civil service as soon as she got married. I was at Oxford in the 60s when, as the noble Lady Baroness Armstrong has said, only 6 to 7% of people went to university. And at Oxbridge there were 7 times as many places for men as for women. This was a feature of the single-sex college, the set-up of the university. And our University Careers Office advised women that for those who might get married, teaching or secretarial work would be sound futures to consider. For me, who married an RAF officer, that was definitely not a route to economic empowerment, but I have never for one moment regretted my marriage. We were, as the noble Lady Baroness and I said, the wife division of the human race. Astonishingly, no one suggested we might aspire to be a football club CEO. My noble friend Baroness Brady has chosen a challenging career where her talents and hard work have led to great achievement, where she's totally ignored glass ceilings as well as quotas and targets. And these days, equal numbers of men and women go to university, and no careers office would last long, offering women the narrow set of options that we were offered. If I look to education, many doors have been opened, but there are still barriers to be overcome. I would pay tribute to the Right Reverend Prelate and the Church for all that the Church does in education in this country. And I would also say that how exciting it was to have the Women Bishops Bill, which is going to fast-track women onto the bishops' benches. I'm not sure how far the role brings economic empowerment, but I'm sure spiritual empowerment should be equally valuable. Too many girls feel their career options are limited because of stereotypes about jobs being more suitable for boys or girls. We've heard this from my noble friend Baroness Mubarak, Lord Storey, Baroness Perry, Baroness Evans and Baroness Greenfield. And this can start from a very young age. In an experiment in the United States, primary school children were asked to draw pictures of a scientist before and after a visit to a lab. In the before drawings, none of the boys and only 36% of the girls depicted a scientist as a female. In the after drawings, although interestingly still none of the boys depicted a scientist as female, for girls there was a 58% increase in female scientific representation. And there is much research showing that aspirations are indeed formed at a relatively young age, and that gendered influences in particular begin very early. A recent Ofsted report found that girls as young as 7 and 8 held conventionally stereotypical jobs for men and women. And I think this is one reason why it's so important that we get careers advice and people from business and the outside world into schools at the very earliest age. Expanding the apprenticeship programme and improving careers advice helped to open the eyes of young women to options and aspirations they may not have considered, or if they did, considered them inaccessible. We've heard of the programmes to raise girls' aspirations, to encourage them to study STEM subjects and pursue careers in science and engineering. I'm glad to hear that my noble friend Baroness Perry's glass was half full, and to hear my noble friend Lord Watson affirm that girls are not biologically wired not to be able to do maths and science. The noble Lady Baroness Greenfield spoke from great expertise on wisdom in STEM, and I join with her and indeed the noble Lady Baroness Turner in recalling the noble Lady Baroness Platt, who was and all she did for WISE, Women in Science and Engineering, which was a fantastic programme and which continues to help young women. Compared to 2010, 1,000 more girls are studying physics at A-level every year and 2,000 more studying maths. It's still too few, and as the noble Lady Baroness Greenfield said, we need to open up the thrill of science to get more young people engaged in the excitement of it. There were 1,260 science-based apprenticeships since 2010. Again, it's some, we're getting there, but it is too few. And the STEM Ambassadors Programme is a network of 28,000 volunteers, 40% of them women, to work with children to encourage science uptake. And of course, organisations such as Athena Swan do excellent work in trying to encourage this too. And the government is setting up a new employer-led careers and enterprise company to support greater engagement between employers, schools and colleges. The important thing, as my noble friends Baroness Brady and Baroness Brinton have pointed out, is changing the culture of the workplace. We've just launched Your Daughter's Future, an online guide to help parents support their daughters through qualification and career choices, and working with the media to tackle gender stereotypes and improve diversity of representation. I would also salute with the noble Lady Baroness Dean the Woman's Hour and other programmes which have over the years helped to empower and educate women and encourage them to take interests much more wider than those they've found at home. Even in the field of education, women are less likely to be in positions of authority as head teachers, principals, professors or vice-chancellors. And my noble friend Baroness Bottomley lamented the shortage of women vice-chancellors. The latest data shows that 20% of vice-chancellors are female, but that note, my friends, is up from 17% 2 years ago. So there we are, you see, meteoric improvement. We do believe that the sector should go much further to seek out and harness the diverse talent available, and HEFGE, the Higher Education Funding Council for England, is continuing their active programme to try and identify senior managers from more diverse groups. So in the world of work more generally, women's strengths and skills remain an untapped source. If I turn to employment and enterprise, and we've heard this berating from the particular measurement which produced the fact that the UK had plummeted down the gender gap rotas to 26 from a previous higher point. The fact is that was taken against a particular set of measures. It doesn't represent the gender pay gap as it stands in the UK, which is now at 19.1%, which is the lowest level ever and has been virtually eliminated among full-time workers under the age of 40. So that
though, from some of the examples I just gave, that there is so much unreported instances of the pay gap that campaigns like the Grazia have brought to light, where professional women are earning 30% less, it appears, quite often in comparison to their male counterparts.
I do agree that there are cases of that, indeed, in women's earnings, and that women are still bearing the greater responsibility for children, the home, and care of sick and elderly relatives. But we are encouraging much greater transparency in the reporting of pay. I will not be lured into preempting my noble friend, the Minister, next week when the amendment comes up on transparency of pay. But rest assured that the government has done a great deal and taken practical measures to ensure equal opportunity, be it in Parliament, as judges, editors, or on boards. But of course, as the Right Reverend Prelate also said, women very often take jobs below their qualification level, which is another feature of the lower pay that women may have, and very often it's part-time pay, which was one of the factors which influenced the OECD scale, that they were taking part-time pay as though it was factored in as full-time pay. My noble friend Baroness Jenkin has spoken of the Women to Win initiatives and the initiatives of all political parties to encourage more women and ethnic minorities into the political field. It is particularly important, I think, that the other house, the other place, is fully represented of the country. It is, in fact, the most diverse parliament ever. There are 22.8% of current MPs are women, and that's up from 19.5% in 2010. And with the efforts that all parties are taking to promote women and to mentor and to help women into Parliament, we can only hope that the next election will see even more women coming into Parliament. We set ourselves an ambitious aspiration that by the end of Parliament, at least half of all new appointees made to the boards of public bodies will be women. We are getting there. From April till September 2014, the percentage of public appointments given to women across all departments increased from 37% to 44%. But the noble lady Baroness Rebuck and my noble friends Baroness Brady and Baroness Bottomley all talked about the FTSE 100. The percentage of women on FTSE 100 boards has been climbing steadily. Women now account for around 23% of FTSE 100 directors and over 17.4% of FTSE 250 board directors. So numbers going up, still small, but you know we're seeing progress in those ways. And of course, the Women's Business Council has, in their recent report, has made recommendations for both government and the business community. Those recommendations are being implemented, and they will, we hope, go some way to promote better equality. My Lords, one area where we've seen some progress is in the City of London, the financial hub of the country. Last year saw only the second woman in over 800 years to become Lord Mayor of London. Dame Fiona Woolf brought distinction to the post as she travelled around the country and the world, promoting UK PLC and indeed promoting women's contribution to the world of work. The other key historic role within the Corporation of London is that of the two sheriffs, where only 5 women have held office since the 12th century, but 3 of them were within the last 5 years. And the noble and learned Lady Baroness Scotland has just become one of the few women to be an alderman in the city, so the pace is quickening. And staying with the city, key to education and training for work have been the livery companies. Now 110 of them, some dating back to the medieval guilds, but over all the centuries, the numbers of lady masters, of whom I have been one and my noble friend Lady Byford another, amounts to just over 100. If we think of enterprise, my noble friend Baroness Mubarak spoke of the importance of enterprise, and indeed there is enormous potential in women's untapped entrepreneurialism. The noble Lady Baroness Howell, who's been such a champion in this area, reminded us of the contribution of black women in business, and the noble Lady Baroness Udin mentioned this too. And indeed, we recently held a summit for black and minority ethnic women entrepreneurs, chaired by my noble friend Baroness Verma, a successful entrepreneur herself, which highlighted the immense achievements of the community, but also some of the challenges they still face. We shall continue to support and encourage the talents of BAME women. Nevertheless, we can celebrate the fact there are now more women-led businesses than ever before. 20% of small and medium-sized enterprises are either run by women or by a team that is over 50% female. And these women contribute around $82 billion to gross value added to the UK economy. The government's supporting them in a myriad different ways, providing £1.6 million to support rural women's businesses, for instance, providing £1 million to the Challenge Women and Broadband Fund to help women move their business online, and investing £1.9 million in the Get Mentoring project. As far as carers are concerned, and came up in a number of contributions, the amount of time that women spent on care, the unsung heroes of society, and helping carers to combine their caring responsibilities with work. The noble Lady Baroness Dean and others have referred to the low pay of these essential workers, but we have just begun a £1.5 million project to help local businesses support more carers to work remotely from home through the use of assisted technology. And we have we have done a great deal for women in this coalition government. We've lifted 1.1 million of the lowest paid workers out of income tax altogether, and more than half of those are women. We've also increased child tax credits for low to middle income families. We've introduced shared parental leave and the right to request flexible working. And tackling the concern parents have about their children getting the right start, we've invested a record £7.5 billion pupil premium on education to help the poorest children get the boost they need. But the noble Lady Baroness Kidron had thought-provoking words on the impact of motherhood on careers, and especially within the arts, and we all note her concern at the lack of women in such specialisms as film director, and given how well the UK does in the creative fields, it would be good to see women represented across those fields too. One of the other factors is the cost of childcare was also mentioned, but of course we now have tax-free childcare supporting childcare costs for working families, and that can be worth up to £2,000 per child per year, to be introduced in autumn 2015. A number of noble lords mentioned the issues of violence against women. And the noble Lady Baroness Gould linked it to homelessness, and we do acknowledge that women facing violence need support to rebuild their lives and to become economically independent. And the government has announced a £10 million fund to support women's refuges in 100 areas across England. And I also note her comments about joining up the services so that people don't fall through gaps between different forms of support services. We've ring-fenced nearly £40 million of funding for specialist support services and brought in legislation for tougher enforcement, and this includes laws to combat stalking, to enforce protection of girls from female genital mutilation, and to make forced marriage a crime in this country. And as we seek to combat the oldest of challenges, so we're acting to tackle the new ones and treating the online abuse of women and girls as robustly as offline abuse. If I turn to the international dimension of this debate, where we had a great many contributions, and I apologise if I may not be able to make reference to them all, my noble friend Baroness Brinton and the noble Lady Baroness Udin mentioned the Grameen Bank, which has reversed conventional banking practice and is now the bank, 97% of its customers are women, and it is doing great work in enabling and empowering women to go into business. On microfinance, there is access to finance for women, a core priority for DFID, one of the departmental results targets, 18 million by 2015, which we've exceeded as 27 million in 2014, and DFID's programmes for microfinance around the world with a focus on savings, especially for women in rural areas. As a number of Labour Lords have said, it makes all the difference in the world, particularly in underdeveloped countries, if women are enabled to go into business. And as far as fuel and water poverty, which my noble friend Baroness Hussein Etche and Noble Lord Boateng mentioned, Baroness Northover and other DFID ministers have led an 18-month campaign on clean energy access for girls and women, and we support programmes to improve technology and increase access to affordable and clean energy sources. The Noble Lord Boateng also mentioned Ebola and affecting women more because this is women who care, and DFID is indeed supporting 2 local NGOs in Sierra Leone through Womankind Worldwide and Women's Partnership for Justice and Peace, specifically to address Ebola impact on girls. And I note his remark of when men tend not to listen to women until it is too late. And my lords, I hope we will make sure that it is not too late. A number of noble lords mentioned social norms and culture, the noble Lady Baroness Armstrong and my noble friend Baroness Hussein Etche, and I also noticed the noble Lady Baroness Armstrong relaying just how transformative her VSO experience had been in Kenya, finding a completely different form of culture and way of life. And one of my daughters went off to Lesotho for a year after she graduated, and again found it an absolutely transformative experience, 20 years ago, in a land where the level of living was so completely different to anything in the UK and developing world. The noble lady, my noble friend Baroness Bottomley, also spoke powerfully of the difference between women in the UK and women in other parts of the world. And the Right Reverend Prelate mentioned the work that Christian Aid does, which is of such importance and has such an impact in underdeveloped countries. My noble friend Baroness Jenkin also referred to family planning and proper maternity care and health for women, and that, of course, can make an enormous impact on women's on the lives of women in these countries. So we have, my lords, put women and girls at the centre of our development efforts. We should be proud that last week we passed the bill to put into legislation the target of spending at least 0.7% of national income on overseas aid. And we hope that our efforts will enable women to exercise voice, choice and control, because that's critical to ending poverty and building freer and fairer societies. The noble Lady Baroness Kidron spoke of the challenge of sex work. I'm running out of time. I apologise. I won't give way for the moment because I really only have a couple of minutes and I just want to finish quickly. And we hope that to put more effort into businesses for young women will help them to avoid the going into sex work. And the noble Lady Baroness Nye mentioned the Stand Up for Girls campaign as well, which has been so important. If I may just touch on one or two other things, because the noble Lady Baroness Healy spoke of women offenders, and I think that is an enormously important area. I'm afraid I can't possibly do justice to it now, but I think the fact that the government is mindful that we need to have more financial information within prisons and more support when women come out of prisons, it is on the radar, and we just hope that we will see improvements in that. And there were a number of the noble Lady Baroness Gowdy mentioned Yarswood, and I would assure her that steps are certainly being taken to ensure that those vulnerable women are treated with the due care and consideration which they deserve, having come here often from some absolutely hideous experiences in other countries. And it's perhaps notable that the noble Lady Baroness Rebuck, Baroness Brinton and Baroness Brady and others have spoken of the importance of instilling confidence in women, that still, even with this generation, young women do not seem to be born with the confidence of their male counterparts. And it is important, I think, that we encourage girls to do things, as my noble friend Baroness Hussein Etche is to instill in them that there is nothing that they can do if they really set their minds to do it and want to do it. So finally, my lords, and I apologise that I'm out of time have missed answering some of the issues that were raised, but I shall, of course, write to noble lords over the issues that I haven't had the chance to respond to in writing. But I would like to note that many older women were trailblazers in their time, and perhaps acknowledge, if I may, with due deference in your Lordship's house, such people as the Noble Lady, Lady Turner, and the Noble Lady, Lady Trumpington, both of whom have really hit through glass ceilings in their time in ways in which we of our generation can only begin to imagine. But I hope, my lords, I've made clear the government's determination to everything in our power to transform the rights and opportunities available to women and girls in the UK and overseas. This has been a most insightful, stimulating, informative debate, and will play its part in driving forward the gender equality that we all need to see, which will benefit women, families, communities and nations. And I thank very sincerely all noble lords who have taken part.